thinking about future generations, we say 7, and to make our decisions about how we sustain ourselves on this land.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Gar nicht mehr ran.
jeder Platz besetzt. Ja. Ist das schon an? Hello, everybody. Good morning. Dear guests, welcome, warm welcome to our international conference, Science and Research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. My name is Vera Luthardt. I'm biologist at the Department of Landscape Management and Nature Conservation at our University for Sustainable Development in Eberswalde. And I'm also one of the scientific leaders of our Biosphere Reserve Institute in Eberswalde. Please, here are one more seat for our guests. And here is one more seat in the background. Yes. The room is full, but I think it's a good sign of the interest of you. We are very pleased to welcome you here today, but we would like to give a special welcome to 4 members of our advisory board of this conference. And I suggest that you please stand up shortly if I call your name, that everybody knows your face. The first is Birthe Thormann. She comes from the Bundesamt für Naturschutz in Germany. Please stand up shortly. So, Birthe, hello. Then, thank you, Dr. Suk Kyung Shim. Hello, welcome, the Vice Chair of the MAB National Committee from the Republic of Korea. Mrs. Shayla Ashung, Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Agency of Ghana. I think she will come later, excuse me. Then Dr. Andres Morea Munoz, Professor of Geography from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Valparaíso. Hello. And last but not least, Professor Martin Preiss. He is a former UNESCO shareholder. But we also want to say heartful welcome to 2 MAB youth spokespersons. I hope they are here. Dr. Alicia Barraclough. Hello, it's nice that you are here at this time. And she will give us also the opening speech later. And Rebecca Laibich, is she also here? Also one of the youth spokesperson. I think she will come also later. And we also say heartful welcome to Rebecca Kwalia, Indigenous knowledge holder from Kenya. Is she here? Ah, yeah. Thank you. Yes, we are here in a place of pioneers in the days of the German Democratic Republic in former time. This place was called Pioneer Republic and was a place for the education and recreation of the youth pioneers, which was a socialist children organization. But today we can welcome you here, but in another sense, I think so, to walk new paths towards modeling sustainable development of UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. A path full of challenges, of stones, of paradigm shifts, which can only be mastered by a close collaboration of all.
Thank you, Vera. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the university's management and the president, Professor Matias, I would like to welcome you here at the Werbediensee to the conference Science and Research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. My name is Alexander Pfriem. I'm Vice President of the university, and our university is characterized by a special research strength and a strong anchoring in the rural areas of the federal state of Brandenburg and beyond. In our current study programs, around 2,300 students study in the context of sustainability. Teaching and research are in close cooperation with Biosphere Reserves in the region and beyond. We, the University for Sustainable Development, have also broken new grounds as a pioneer, and we established a new center under the title Process Design for the Implementation of Biodiversity Conversing Land Use, with a focus on biosphere reserves. This new Biosphere Reserve Institute, which is a scientific institution of Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development, financed by the Brandenburg Ministry for Education and Research. And in addition to new professorships and a new master program we can run in this institution, and of course our dedicated colleagues, the graduate colleague is a core part of our research in this institute. Our PhD students use this conference to present the state of their research and to exchange the ideas with you, the experts from science and practice. For us, it is important that our research results find their direct way into practical application. Only in this way a transformation of the economy and society towards sustainable development is possible. We call this sustainability transfer. Biosphere reserves are good examples where both can succeed transfer with the economy and with society. That is why this conference also takes up this approach to exchange with research and science in, for, and with biosphere reserves. I wish you lots of success in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This will be the end of the trilateral welcome. So my name is Pierre Ibisch. I'm also one of the two scientific co-directors of the Biosphere Reserves Institute. And well, I would briefly introduce you to the conference and relate it maybe to our vision and our goals. Actually, yes, we have them. When we founded our Biosphere Reserves Institute, whenever you do something like that, create an initiative, you may have internal goals. This was very much related, well, to the idea that when we call ourselves University for Sustainable Development, we need these places where, well, you strive for excellency and where you go for like these pathways which can be difficult towards sustainable development. Many of us have been working with biosphere reserves in Germany and also outside, so it was logical to think that biosphere reserves can be and will be our places. So this was the idea now to infect, contaminate more colleagues internally with the idea of biosphere reserves. And definitely, well, this was not enough. When you do something, you also might have external goals. And this is clear in this case when we talk about this global network. Yeah, it's about working together, what we've been doing before, but what we would like to do much more systematically. And what we thought, okay, when we have these resources as university professorships, graduate students, research projects, we humbly offer this to the world network and yeah, offer this as a contribution to growing this network, which also goes beyond the biosphere reserves, clearly involving the world of science. Goals, okay, but then, yeah, you ask what would be a good step to start with, and one of the first ideas was actually it would be great to reach out, invite the world, invite young scientists to share our goals and visions. And I have to say, it has been quite an effort of our team, and I would like to thank the team for preparing all this. And it's really moving, especially in these difficult times, to see you all here and helping us to getting this job done, become part of an ever-growing network. You might have seen the program, page 8. Actually, I've been attending quite a few conferences, but I guess it's the first one which has a conference logic. This is an innovation, so we have a flow chart there, and you clearly see like how things have to flow and go, and this is what I wish. As a matter of fact, we are celebrating 2 conferences in one, and now it's the opening of the first conference of early career scientists, the future of biosphere reserves and related research. And then, as you know, the second half of the week is, a conference held by research managers. But everything has to be combined, flow together, and lead to recommendations and hopefully valuable inputs for the process of growing the world network of UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. I'm sure this will happen. I'm looking at all these happy faces, and I hereby declare the conference open. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Vera, and thank you, Professor Pfriem. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Margaret Matias. I'm together with Pierre Ibisch and Vera Luthardt, one of the professors at the Biosphere Research Institute at the University of Sustainable Development in Barcelona. Yeah, so for today and tomorrow, I will be your moderator, and I will like now to welcome you to the plenary presentation of our UNESCO MAB youth spokesperson. So we have here Dr. Alicia Barraclough. I would like to invite you up here, and then I think Rebecca is not here yet, right? So let's give her a round of applause, please.
So many familiar faces. It was really encouraging. I think some people talk about the MAB network as a family, and it sounds so cliche, but it kind of feels a little bit like that. So that's good. So my presentation today, which was meant to be held with Rebecca, who is not here yet, and I just want to acknowledge Rebecca was coming from Kenya today, and she had visa issues. So for the last 3 days, she's been struggling to get her visa sorted, and I think that it's just good to have a moment just to reflect on the challenges that some of our colleagues face in order to be places like this, and the barriers that some people face that some of us don't. So I think, just important to acknowledge that before I start. And who knows, maybe she'll break in here any moment and come up to the stage, but I doubt it. It would be pretty amazing if she did. But she does have several presentations over the last couple of days, so you will get to see her. And in fact, I have right here a presentation of her, which she was meant to speak to. And I don't want to speak in her name, of course, but I did ask her to use 3 words to describe herself. And she said courageous, determined, and enthusiastic. So she's not here right now, but I hope that with those 3 words you get a sense. She's a conservation practitioner who works in Mount Elgon, and she's a good colleague of mine because she's the focal point of the Pfriem Young BR network. And we've worked very closely together because she's also a spokesperson for the MAB anniversary. So when we were preparing this presentation, we were talking about what conservation work is like, and we discussed it's problem solving, it's action-oriented, it's participatory, and it weaves different ways of knowing. And I'm not going to talk about her work because I'm sure that she'll do a much better job than me about that, but these are some of the pictures that she sent me about her work in Mount Elgin, removing invasive species and doing reforestation programs there. And now I'm going to introduce myself, which hopefully I'm more qualified to do. I introduce myself as a sustainability scientist. So I'm a researcher, but I'm also a MAB youth spokesperson. So I'm also like a grassroots coordinator for a network of young people that live in the European region, but also at the global level. And so I consider myself a sustainability scientist, which means that my work is like problem-focused or problem-solving. It means to produce actionable knowledge. It's action-oriented. It's meant to, produce positive change. It's undisciplinary, so I put the pasta there because it was like a mixture of different disciplines and ways of knowing, and it's more about the problem that needs to be approached rather than like being married to a specific discipline. So I work at the University of Bergen UNESCO Chair and at the Center of Sustainable Area Use there, and I did also have some pictures about my own work, which I initially had like a lot of nice pictures of nature and workshops with people, but then I also figured I'd put some graphs in there because that's more realistic about what my everyday work actually looks like. So now that I've introduced myself, and Rebecca, who isn't here, was going to offer her perspective, and we were going to have a little bit of a dialogue at the end. But we had prepared a little bit of a presentation, I think, to put the conference a little bit in context, right? So, and I was going to use an example, or we were going to use an example of some work that we did together, and which some colleagues in this room were also part of, which was the MAB Youth Forum in 2019, which was a gathering. Yeah, can I see a show of hands of our? Yeah, that's that's really nice. So we were all together in Changbaishan in a biosphere reserve in China for like 5 days, and it was 150 participants from 70-something different countries, young people working in biosphere reserves, doing research in biosphere reserves, doing conservation and education in biosphere reserves. And we all got together and we tried to figure out what were the main challenges and what were the main opportunities of work in biosphere reserves, and what are the, what are the opportunities that this network offers to the world, but also what are some of the challenges, right? And from this gathering came lots of different things. We produced a declaration, we wrote some papers, we have several things published online that you can have a look at, which kind of synthesized our perspectives of, okay, what are the main challenges that we really need to kind of face moving forward, but also what are the great opportunities that the World Network offers for scientists, for practitioners. And we kind of synthesized this, I'm not gonna, that's a really overwhelming number of things there. But I just wanted to, in this presentation, because every time I'm in a MAB kind of meeting or a BR meeting, it just feels so hopeful, and it's like such a visionary program, right? Like the motto of this 50th anniversary was, it's about life and like reconciling people and nature. And it's such a hopeful, positive message, and it's so comfortable, right? Like I feel so comfortable in it, but then I kind of have to remind myself of the reality of the challenges that we face, right? Of the context that we're really in, and I think it's important to do justice to that before we kind of go in to explore opportunities and way forward, that we really kind of set the scene a little bit and ground ourselves in the reality that we face, which I'm sure many of you are more than familiar with, and you don't need me to remind you, but let's just say that I'm reminding myself. So the first challenge that we identified, that I think as a group, when we were all these young people together, that we identified was, the one that we all know very well, which is that we're in the middle of a biodiversity crisis, right? Like unprecedented levels of extinctions, more than 1 million species at risk. Here's the IPBES report that came out now a couple of years ago. Ecosystem services are declining. We've been having pandemics as a effect of that, right? And except all the provisioning services that are going up, right? So we're still caught in these extractive economies, and pervasive human decline. Like we're at a tipping point, right? Like we're at a biosphere tipping point, we're at a climate tipping point. So like the context in which we work is is momentous and it's challenging, right? And you don't need me to tell you that because you all know it probably better than me. But I thought it was important to bring that up because, biosphere reserves aren't lagoons that exist separate from this reality. And here I have some statements from participants in the workshop talking about their own biosphere reserves, illegal mining, climate change, water loss and ecosystem degradation, continuous loss of biodiversity through habitat degradation and fragmentation, excessive tourism, which is driving and impacting habitat shift for some wildlife species. The reserve is heavily poached for ivory and bushmeat. Illegal trades. Land development pressure due to red-hot real estate market. So this is like statements of people who live and work in biosphere reserves talking about the challenges that they face, right? Like, these are places to experiment and explore sustainable development, but they don't exist in a vacuum, right? And I think it's important to remember that going forward. Deterioration of ecosystems. So, we are in the middle of a biodiversity crisis, and so biosphere reserves obviously have a huge role to play in this, but they are also immersed in it, right? And the second challenge that I wanted to point out that the participants of the workshop identified was the main threat is a poor economy which fails to support development projects and fosters corruption, crime, extortion, lack of legal and institutional basis to achieve the goals, corruption, change in government, right-wing extremism, unstable political situation, market forces, governmental policies that promote urban expansion, offshore drilling. So this is like all the social context that we're all embedded in, right? The systems that are so much bigger than what Biosphere Reserve can really do, right? All the lack of political will, the corruption, the dangers that many people face even doing conservation work in some places in the world, right? And I have here a map of the Environmental Justice Atlas of environmental conflicts all around the world, which are at an all-time high. We've never seen as many environmental defenders murdered for protecting reserves, national parks, conservation areas. And you're like, oh my God, Alicia, you're such a downer. But I just wanted to bring this into the room because it is an important part of our context. And for some people in this room, it's more important than for others, right? I just did a very quick filter of this Environmental Justice Atlas looking at biosphere reserves. I got 43 hits of environmental conflicts recorded in biosphere reserves. And of course, this is not a comprehensive database. It says it there, that there is no case reported doesn't mean that the case doesn't exist. But I think for how many sites we have in the network, 43 is actually quite a high number, right? And I mean, we know just this year and last year in Mexico, for example, 2 conservationists, 2 researchers, tourist guides who worked in the Biosphere Reserve lost their lives doing their work, right? So I think it's also important to remember that some of us face really severe challenges doing the work that we do, right? And the context is challenging for many of the people in this room. And unequal, right? There is an unequal distribution of these damages and also who's causing them, right? I couldn't resist showing this. I always show it to my students, the spillover index for SDG 15. So that's how much damage some countries are causing through their imports and through their economic activities on other countries, right? So we can see all the countries in the global west through their economic activities causing biodiversity decline in countries in the global south, right? So I think this differentiated responsibilities is also something that's important to bring into the room as well. And then the third challenge that I want to talk about before I finish talking about challenges and we can go into looking at solutions, is focused on the young people in this room specifically, which was brought up a lot in the discussions that we have and is brought up every time I'm part of an early career meeting. Well, hello? Yes. This is a colleague of ours at this meeting, which was there's this feeling sometimes young early career researchers, we're here to save the day and we're going to become leaders and we're going to solve all the issues and the challenges that I just presented, right? And that's such a heavy burden, right, to bear. And it's also difficult for many of us at the career stage that we're in, that we face severe job insecurity, right? Like, I have so many colleagues that say to me, like, I only have 6 months left on my contract, and I really want to be a sustainability leader, but I don't know what job I'm going to have next year, right? So I think it's important also to bring that into the room, because you know, I'm part of this sustainability leadership program where we're like meant to be designing the sustainability science of the future, and 90% of the things we talk about is how difficult it is to be in an academic system that doesn't support this kind of work, right? That doesn't support building relationships with stakeholders over long term. Like, how can I build a relationship with my Biosphere Reserve organization if I feel like next year I might be expected to move to another university, right? So that's also a challenge that I wanted to bring into the room. Right, but the reality is that we face all of these challenges, right? But we are in a make it or break it moment. We are this year hopefully going to finally get around to doing the post-2020 biodiversity framework of the Convention of Biological Diversity, you know, to tackle the biodiversity crisis and to reconnect, you know, humans to the rest of the biosphere. And what role can biosphere reserves play? Like, it's a network of sites with 50 years of experience of experimenting for sustainable development, of generating knowledge which is useful, which is actionable, which is, you know, weaves different ways of knowing. So, I mean, the challenges are there, but I think that we have an incredible resource, right? With a lot of experience, with a lot of learning. And it's kind of, you know, up to us to think how to bring it forward, how it can meet, you know, the title of the talk was research in, for, and with biosphere reserves, but also in the global citizenship, right? Like, with the global challenges that we face, integrated into global, like, sustainability agendas and conservation agendas, and, you know, learning from our past mistakes, you know, like decolonizing our science and the way that we do conservation. So I have now, I think, you know, to answer this question, which I was actually going to answer with Rebecca, together we were going to answer it, but actually what I would like to do maybe instead is I would like to invite you to just think of a moment, if there's like one seed of potential that you feel that your work in Biosphere Reserves has, that you think is really, really important, and then if you can reflect a little bit on that and turn to the person next to you, introduce yourself, say hi, because otherwise we can make it a little bit interactive, otherwise I'm here on the stage, and you can just have like a few minutes to discuss yourself and what your like seed of potential of BRs is with the person next to you. So, and if you play the game, it will be more fun. So yeah, just turn to the person next to you. Introduce yourself. bigger room. They should have put us in a bigger room.
They are bigger rooms.
Okay, so you can slowly start to say goodbye to your partner. Winding down the discussion. How do I pronounce your surname? It's Rebecca. Yeah, you can introduce yourself. Right, so I also found myself a partner to chat to, who is called Rebecca and is from Kenya and is from Mount Elgon, but isn't the Rebecca that in everything. But Rebecca, maybe you want to introduce yourself. And
Okay, I'm Rebecca from Kenya, Mount Elgon, Biosphere Reserve. I'm not a scientist. I'm basically in finance, but interested in sustainability and economic empowerment. I came in as part of Lomut Honey, which is a project still in its inception stage, involving ensuring the wild bees are taken care of. We produce honey in the process, which is used for economic empowerment back in my village at the slopes of Mount Elgon. Yeah.
Great. And so I have some questions for Rebecca to give us her perspective as like a person working in Biosphere Reserves who's like really familiar with a lot of these challenges. What do you think are like some of the most, the biggest opportunities and challenges that you face, like working with local communities and young people and getting them involved in this kind of work?
Okay. In terms of working with the young generation, I believe we use knowledge as part of development. We reflect back to see our challenges. Then from there, we come up with a framework on how we are going forward. It's good that we share this knowledge with the young generation because they are the people who are going to create innovations that will be used for the future, and they can create something sustainable such that we can maintain the knowledge as well as develop the societies in the process.
Great. And what do you think are like some of the things that like researchers or scientists could do better when they work in Biosphere Reserves? Do you have any sense? Or like what could be, for example, the role of local and indigenous knowledge in developing Biosphere Reserves?
In terms of sustainability, we are looking at ensuring the reserve is well maintained. When researchers come in, we understand there are trust issues from the local communities. They feel like you're going to expose their traditional way of doing things. They don't understand it's part of innovation, and it's good to document that. So I believe the scientists have a lot of opportunities at the reserves. Basically, I'll speak for where I come from. There are opportunities in everything from medicine, because part of the Mount Elgon community, they use trees as herbs. And some of those trees have treated some diseases which have not been able to be treated by the Western medicine. So I think it's an opportunity for research. If such a plant can be worked on, we can come up with something. Then we have the issue of traditional foods. During the olden days, they will be able to create seeds for future use. But change in agriculture has made a difference in that. So we are slowly losing the indigenous varieties of the various plants that we had. Case in example is sweet potatoes. Yeah.
That makes me hungry.
Sorry
is there
that.
anything else you want to let us know about different knowledges in Biosphere Reserve, so your own work and the challenges that you've faced.
Okay, for my own work, it's hard to convince people that honey can be economically empowering because they don't understand how you're going to get the market, how are you going to create the byproducts from honey like wax and all that, propolis. So it's a challenge to recruit people to do that. At the same time, I'm in an area that has been affected by deforestation because we use trees for cooking, firewood. So it's a process. We have to start from planting the trees and then we can do the project together.
So I think, thanks Rebecca. And she deserves I think she deserves an extra applause because she stepped in last minute. Thanks so much for offering your perspectives. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I just had like two closing inquiries, I guess, for myself, and maybe they're interesting to you for this conference, which I kind of wrote down some notes for here, which are like, so the two questions that I think are interesting, and maybe you do too, is, you know, how do we learn from what we have done so far? You know, like, we have a 50-year-old program with a lot of experience on different ways of doing conservation, different ways of doing sustainability science, different ways of trying to, you know, develop transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary ways of working with lots of different stakeholders and rights holders. Like, it's a really important heritage, and how do we really integrate it, right? And I as a younger person, I sometimes, like, I've been working with Martin and Maureen, and when I see one of these papers from the 80s, I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna read that. But like, but there's actually like so much knowledge that has already been generated, right? So how do we actually integrate it as also early career researchers without like repeating the same things over and over again, right? In the way that we do our research, in the way that we, you know, like, there's an important colonial heritage to any conservation program as well, right? That we also need to think about. So that was one question that I had, and then another question that I had is like, okay, so from there, how do we move forward? How do, like, we critically engage with what are the most important things that we need to move forward, right? Because, you know, whether we like to frame it or not, we are in the middle of an ecological emergency, so we need to figure out how to be effective, and so that's also a question that I come into, you know, how do we move forward, and hopefully this conference will, you know, mark some way. There's probably more than one way, but maybe one of the ways. So thanks so much, and enjoy the week, and I hope to see you around.
So thank you very much to Alicia and to Rebecca for a very interesting plenary presentation on science and research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves, benefits and challenges. And I hope you guys also enjoyed talking a little bit with your seatmates. So now we would like to follow up. You know, already here Alicia mentioned about decolonizing research fields, and as well as weaving different knowledge. So our next presentation will be again from Rebecca on indigenous knowledge in, for, and with biosphere regions. So I think there is a change in the program.
No, there's no change in the program, but I want to assist you as Rebecca is not there already, and she arrives at 12:07 at the station in Eberswalde, then Bruno will pick her up, bring her directly here, and I hope that she will have some last words on it. Yeah, and I also want to apologize, as Alicia already said, to all of you who face so many barriers with visa and all of this huge administrative barriers. It was just such a challenge, really. And we also got a video from Larry McDermot, who is an Indigenous knowledge holder from Canada. And we can also play it and then just create some kind of discussion and exchange with all of you. And you can just tell me when you want the video to be played. Now? Okay.
But first introduce yourself, I think.
Oh, sorry. I'm Lena-Marie Mutschler, and I think I didn't introduce because I met all of you. And so this is the person to all the emails I sent you. And yeah, I'm the project coordinator. And
So we will play the video, is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Kwe, OMC Indigenous Cost, Makwendotum, Shabbat Baushwan First Nation, and Dinjaba. My Algonquin name is OMC, which means Big Night Owl. I am a member of the Shabbat Baushwan First Nation, located in territory kind of surrounding Charlotte Lake in eastern Ontario. And we're part of a larger network of Algonquin communities. That network has formal aspects and informal aspects. And as Elder Commanda used to say, nobody can claim the land. We can claim our rights to the land, but it's the Great Spirit who created the land, and we're gifted the opportunity to live upon it in our short time here on the earth. And it's important that we be mindful that we received it in reasonably good shape from our ancestors, and that we have a responsibility to be thinking about future generations. We say 7, and to make our decisions about how we sustain ourselves on this land with that in mind. There's no such thing as a traditional knowledge. It's localized, and it's shaped by the life around us. What the community really means, and so it means all those species that are around me. They are all life givers, and they have kept the land healthy. They've fed me, they've sheltered me, they've provided me with medicine. This disease, this COVID, is actually here for a reason. And so we have to respect it. And it's here because we've abused the earth, and we've abused the web of life, and we need to bring that balance back. Now we're seeing significant climate change symptoms, and all of this is connected. We've really bought into being a superior species, but if we're so smart, how come we got the kind of problems we've got? Yeah. I'm seeing it becoming more important, so that no matter how we might identify that, we understand these 2 knowledge transfer systems and our responsibilities to them, and learn to co-create both in terms of inclusivity of diversity, not only of people's ancestry, but of knowledge systems. And but I also see people go, oh yeah, that makes sense, let's do it. And they think it's as simple as flicking on a light switch, and it's not. You have to train, and you have to have legitimate teachers to help build that cross-cultural capacity. Canada chose to pursue its international treaty obligations to the conventions on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification through a co-governance of Indigenous oral and Western written. To make that work, they embraced a concept created by a Cree professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Willie Ehrman, called ethical space, and further developed by Dr. Reg Crowshoe, a Blackfoot elder. And again, I think if people better connected with the needs of other beings, it might put climate change and biodiversity in a little different perspective. Right. One that's actually much more wholesome, and less about self-interest and commodification. The kind of system change, the kind of human transformation, which also has to be social and cultural, as well as economic and environmental, it's not going to happen without understanding both written knowledge transfer and oral knowledge transfer. It just will not happen. There's no time for despair. That we have to believe in hope. And if we look around us at the animals, the trees, they're still doing what they were created to do. The birds are still singing. So we can learn a lot from them about dealing with the challenges we humans have created.
Okay, thank you very much. And so, should we wait for Rebecca, the other Rebecca, or? No, I don't think we have to just continue and maybe exchange. Okay. Okay. Again. Yeah, so let's welcome again the other Rebecca.
I think Larry has covered most of what I was planning to talk about, but I'll raise a few issues and then we can do a Q&A at the end. Is that fine? Yes. Okay. I think I've mentioned sustainability way too much. I'm sorry, I'll bore you again. I'll continue with the same word. In terms of indigenous knowledge, I believe we use knowledge for survival and development. We look back and understand where we are coming from. We look forward and come up with innovations that can create sustainable communities. In terms of sharing that knowledge, I'll want to introduce the Sustainable Development Goals and how they can weave in these communities. Because I'm thinking if we are able to economically empower this group, we have a potential of ending hunger. We will eliminate poverty. We will create gender equality. We will ensure responsible consumption and production in the process, because we will be taking care of our environment. We will also take a stand on climate action, because that's the issue that is making our biosphere reserves affected. The climate is changing. Wherever it was when I was growing up is totally different. as at now. The times we were expecting rain and the times the rain actually come, they are totally different now. So it's a call to action for a partnership between different institutions on what part can we play in the process of creating a sustainable community. What part can we play in ensuring that in the process of our consumption, it's responsible and we are able to continue producing for the future. I think it will be sad if we end up telling our grandchildren stories of how this place used to be so good. We should preserve it so that they can see it for themselves. At least it's easier for us to tell them the stories of the work we've done so far to ensure the place is still the same, rather than telling them how it was, a picture they cannot create in their minds. Yes. In terms of maintaining our biosphere reserves, it's an issue of economic prosperity. In the past, these communities were self-sufficient, but due to adopting other issues, such as mechanization of agriculture, we've changed our way of doing things, and we are not able to produce enough for ourselves. For the Mount Elgon community, initially we were hunter-gatherers. We hunted for wild fruits. I think the fruit that normally everyone knows as gooseberries now, we used to know it as a wild fruit. Now I think it's available in the supermarkets. And also raspberries and guava. Those were wild fruits that our ancestors used to eat. Then honey was found in plenty because of the trees. They didn't need to create hives for that, but they will harvest honey from the trees. And now we are changing that. We are doing the new beehives. In as much as that is changing, I think it's good. It's part of innovation, but it's important that we also preserve the wild bees, because now we are doing the bees that are stingless. We don't want to interact with nature so much, but I heard the bee sting is it's part of medicine. Maybe we should consider that. Yes, I think I can take your questions. Majority of the issues that I wanted to talk about have been talked about by Larry. It's not good that I go ahead and repeat.
So are there any questions for Rebecca? If none at the moment, I would suggest that you please approach her later on during lunch break. Take note of your questions, and then she will be here, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we move on. So all of you receive this, right? Do you have it with you? We'll try to go through it today. And then you also have this one inside, right? So you have your folders, and then we have here the agenda. So we'll go on to the organizational part of our conference before we move to lunch break. So we will have all of you who will be presenting. You already know that you are actually in 4 groups. Is that correct? So you already know that you are, Group A is on biodiversity and climate change, Group B on innovative and sustainable use of natural resources, Group C, sustainable societies and economies, and then Group D on ecosystem services. So you will have 4 people with you in the room. So these 4 people, 2 of them are the moderators. So for Group A, we'll have Dr. Birthe Thormann with Professor Aschenbrand. And then there are 2 rapporteurs will be in charge of taking notes of your presentation. So for Group A, that's Fabio Weiss and Yanni Hammerish. I'm not sure if Yanni is here.
No, it's only me.
Ah, it's only you. Okay, here it's Fabio for Group A. So please don't give him a hard time because he's only one. So Group B, we have Professor Emeritus Martin Price with Sheila Nana Akua Ashong. So you already know Professor Emeritus Martin Price. And then our rapporteurs for Group B is Caro. I think Caro is there. The yellow, yeah. And Dr. Yarne is not yet here. Okay. There she is. Group C, Sustainable Societies and Economies. This is Dr. Suk Yung Kyung Shim. I will be with you because the other one is not available. And we will be supported by Martin Balash and Caroline Meyer. Thank you. And last but not the least, we have Group D, moderated by Professor Andres Moreira. Hello. And Maria Paz. Correct. Okay. And you will be supported by Charlotte Gur, here, and Angela Dichte. Angela is here, there at the back. Okay, so you have also been informed that we will have a prize. So this is the Magda Staudinger Prize with special thanks to the German Commission for UNESCO. So one best presentation from these 4 groups, so we will have 4 winners, will be awarded 500 euros. And this will be announced tomorrow after all of your presentations. So I hope you guys give it your best during your presentation. And but of course, the decision would come from the moderator, supported by the rapporteurs in terms of the scoring. So there you go. And also, please take a look at the schedule outside. It is posted that there are different rooms assigned for your groups. And there is also a possibility that the rooms are changed. However, sadly, there has already been a question earlier whether it's possible to go to another group. Unfortunately not. You have to stay in your group because you will have to develop inputs for your specific theme. So that's why you are requested to stay within your group. And I hear some noise somewhere there. Is there a question? Not yet. Okay, later we will go to the question and answer portion. So just for right after lunch, for Group A, we have Esteban Valencia, Dr. Klinger, Yves, correct? And then Amina Maroini. Yes, thank you. So that will be Group A. And then Group B with Caro Dabar, and then Colleen Rosanes is here, and then Michael Ogundele, sorry. There is Michael, okay. And then Group 3, Thomas Zuclin, there's Thomas, Martin Balas, and then Georgina Wilson. Hi, yeah. You are I think I know your supervisor from CEU. And lastly, Group 4, Charlotte Gur, and then Raimov Mamanbek. Yeah, here. And then Ms. Gubu Duguma. So right after our lunch break, you are going to present. So hope you guys are ready. Okay, and then so if we are clear about that, there are some reminders regarding our conference place. So we are currently under forest fire emergency. So it is requested, please only smoke if you are a smoker in designated areas, and make sure that you put off your cigarettes because otherwise it's gonna be, yeah. You know what will happen. And then you have also been given your test kits, COVID-19 test kits. So I hope everyone has used it today to test. So please use it every day. And then also, yeah, would be good if you also wear your mask, especially for those who will be traveling far, because you might not want to get stuck in Germany, right? If you get sick. Yes. Okay. And so please, for tomorrow, it's quite the same, our program. You will have your presentations. This afternoon, we will have another input presentation at 3:30 by Dr. Volker Hahn. I'm not sure if he's already here, probably not yet. Yeah, but I'm sure he will be here, right? So that will be in the afternoon. And this is very interesting. It's on verbal science communication, and probably would give a bit of an edge to those presenting tomorrow, because you might already get tips on how to give a proper presentation. So big challenge for those presenting right after lunch. And tomorrow, after all the presentations are finished, you will see on page 10 that we have the opening ceremony with the president of Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development, our university. And we also get welcoming remarks from special guests. So Dr. Bettina Hoffmann, Dr. Stefan Lutges wouldn't be able to make it. But I think there will be additional alternative remarks. And then also we have a representative from UNESCO, and Professor Ibisch again would give tomorrow a key lecture. And last but not the least, we will have the awarding of the Magda Staudinger Prize. Okay, and then we will then have the ceremonial sharing by Larry McDermot and our Rebecca, and then we have our celebratory reception afterwards. Okay, so are you guys ready to eat your lunch? If not, we can still open the floor for questions, because I think there are also some questions with regard to those who are supported regarding the reimbursement, right? Are there any questions, or is it already clear? Yes?
I have a question about the streaming, not the supporting. Can I ask you now?
About the
streaming.
Streaming?
Yes.
Okay.
So I noticed there's only one panel on the website, but there's 4 sessions. So obviously we can't attend other sessions. Will it be recorded so that we can go and watch the other sessions? What happens?
Unfortunately, this is the only room with online streaming, and this will be recorded. And the ones that aren't marked with green color, so that aren't in this room, number 1, they won't be recorded because we didn't manage. We would have liked to, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a question, Uli?
No, just to say we have one more camera person, one other room will also be recorded and documented, but we couldn't manage all the rooms.
Okay, one more that was, yeah.
So just to introduce, this is Uli Grebener. He's the managing director of the Biosphere Reserves Institute, our institute at the Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development. Okay, so I give to you.
Yeah, so for cash reimbursement, we will have this tomorrow. We already told you with arrival, but it's important that tomorrow at afternoon coffee break, you come to the place where the reception is with your passport, and you will receive the money for those who wanted to have it in cash. And yeah, maybe you have other organizational questions. For COVID tests, there will be one mobile station on Tuesday at 5 p.m. And if you please check if you need to depart an additional PCR test, and we will organize. And there might be a second station on Thursday. We have to check if it's possible and if it's necessary. And for these issues, you could also approach us. Or Andres?
Yes. Can we, if things after the sessions, a brief video for one of the presentations, introduce the name and the talk, and for having a bunch of videos, very short videos for all of us on the website.
This is actually a really good idea, and feel free to self-organize. For those who didn't understand, yeah, if you want, take as many videos as you wish, and you can communicate and share with each other after, or we try to put it on one website, on one YouTube channel, everything that is collected. So thank you a lot for this idea. Muchas gracias.
And the second, we shall do the first group photograph after this session at the building.
Also, also really great idea. Then hopefully the second Rebecca or the first whoever. So no, yeah, no hierarchical. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I hope she will be there and we can take a picture with her. That's actually also a really good idea. So after we meet downstairs to take one picture. Oli?
Just to briefly introduce Lucas. Lucas is the second cameraman, so responding to your idea, whoever wants, or if we follow your idea, everybody should come to Lucas and briefly say the title of his presentation, name, organization, and maybe a few words, just 2 or 3 words on the content, then we could have this very brief summary.
We have another question.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday, I discussed with other participants about the idea to have a WhatsApp group, because it is then easy to circulate or distribute the materials to the WhatsApp number rather than always check the website. So if you think that this is a good idea, please provide us with the list. So later on we can write down our mobile phone number there, and then one of them can be the moderator to create a group.
Okay, we can also talk about this after at lunch and then. And actually, I also want to say, Angela, are you there? Because she will have on Thursday, right, a presentation on #Biosphere. What was it? Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. #Biosphere Dialogue, and actually before we were looking for a dialogue platform that you could all exchange on, but actually it wasn't received that well, and we couldn't manage to moderate because we didn't have time to, and we just gave it to you that you might want to self-organize and have chats on there, and she will present it again, and I think it's a very great initiative. That could be used by us. Also, if we don't want to use WhatsApp, if some of you don't feel well with sharing your telephone number, as I would not as well with everyone, then you could also use this platform to exchange. And I think that would also be a great initiative to use this platform. That, yeah. Good. You have other questions?
About Wi-Fi, I'd like to ask.
Wi-Fi, okay, this is, we got the Wi-Fi really spontaneously, just in the end, and it is at the reception. You can ask at our reception for the Wi-Fi, and you can take a picture, and please self-organize to ask this at the reception.
I have a question. I'm not sure if I'm the last one who still doesn't have a room, but when should I...
You know where the our reception is? It is where we will have lunch, and I can go with you, and I will give you your room card.
If anyone else doesn't have a room, just follow me.
I'll just introduce the group. Okay. Thank you, Lena. So before we break up for lunch, I would just like to introduce you the other members of the BRI, or the Biosphere Research Institute. So first, I already mentioned Uli Grebener, our managing director. Yeah. And then my co-professor, Professor Erik Aschenbrand. And special thanks to our students who are, Clara, if you could please show yourself. You might have met her. So that's our students who have this white shirt, and then Event Lotse, they are helping us at BRI. So you can also approach them in case you need anything. So very much, thank you. Okay, so now I would like to invite you again to go to our dining hall and then start our lunch break. And then please be back at 1:30. Please take a look at the rooms where you will be, and then we start with our parallel thematic sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we can't wait longer. Okay, yeah. Again, hello and welcome to our smaller working group on biodiversity and climate change. My name is, you are in the wrong group or no?
You can stay, we still have some seats available. Welcome to stay.
This is group A.
This is group A. Which group are you looking for? B. That's the room just next door. Just next door.
Oh no, please. My name is Birthe Thormann. I work for the German Federal Agency for Nature Conservation, and I will moderate these sessions together with Erik. You want to introduce
Yeah, my name is Erik Aschenbrand. I am Professor for Nature Conservation at Eberswalde University. Here at the university, yeah, and well, we are looking forward to your presentations very much, actually.
We are supported by Fabio. He will be the rapporteur, so he will take notes and extract the synthesis of the group work and present it to the group later. And I think he has a question or a remark.
Well, I'm also a presenter, so I will give my presentation tomorrow. And the idea is that there is someone in each group just ideally listening and giving a report tomorrow for everyone, since we split up the conference, just giving a short summary about the main, well, what all presentations have in common, or what they reported, especially about the benefits and challenges of research in biosphere reserves. And since the idea was that there's two people doing this, and my colleague is not here at the conference, I was wondering if any one of you wants to join me in this task, which would be great, because then it's not only one perspective, but
you need to document the benefits and
yeah, it's just
I think that
oh, great. That's wonderful.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, and we are in this room here because this is the session that is going to be recorded and streamed. So I hope the presenters feel comfortable with it. And also the remark on we now have the versions of the presentations that you sent within the last weeks. So if you made some changes to your presentation, so you have to give it again to the
to the technical support, yes, because all your presentations are there already, and we will show your presentation when you are there, so you don't have to do anything basically, but just use this device to switch your slides. But in case you made changes to your presentations, that means you would have to let us know. All right.
Okay, so now we can start. The presentations are supposed to be 20 minutes, and after each presentation there's the possibility for 10 minutes for questions and discussions. And let's start with Esteban Valencia with a presentation from Ecuador on a methodology for monitoring of ecosystems hotspots in the Biosphere Reserve Choco through unmanned aerial vehicles and satellite imagery.
Great. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. And, well, basically, I am director of the Aeronautics and Applied Thermofluids Research Group. I am associate professor at Escuela Politécnica Nacional. And my background actually comes from the aerospace side. So I am doctor in aerospace engineering, but I will tell you why I'm presenting here and what I have learned in these last couple of years about VR and the importance of the technology we are developing for other disciplinaries like environmental conservation and so on. So basically what our group does is we focus on using remote sensing techniques coupled with AI, artificial intelligence and computing vision in order to segment information. And with that information, we give it to the different stakeholders to take decisions. One of the main problems we have in Latin America, and well, in Ecuador especially, is that we don't have historicals, or the historicals are difficult to access. So what we have done is basically develop platforms for different applications where you, academia, NGOs, or any person who wants to collaborate or upload orthomosaics can do it, and in that way share information openly. Our research group now is quite big, and I am going to take one word that I never heard about this undisciplinary. Actually, I was always presenting myself as multidisciplinary research team. However, actually I'm working now with all the expertise. So we have environmental engineers, we have economical, from the economical side, finance, we have mechanical engineers, electronic engineers, aerospace engineers. So in the end, I have learned to talk so many terminologies that are not my expertise. I am just the face that is showing all the project, but I don't know everything. So sorry if I cannot answer all the questions. This is one of the slides that I have at GIF about the wetland conservation project we developed. And this actually gave us some initiatives about how to apply this for VR protection. This is a wetland in the Antisana volcano, where you have wetlands, and the protection of water management was really important for them. It's not a VR, but from here, actually, we scaled up to the MAB Young Scientist Award from UNESCO, and we got the award from there. And that project actually was the one that is sponsoring now our research in the Choco Andino Reserve. And this other one is another project, and can you maybe, if I play this? No. Maybe like this. I don't know what happened with this one. But if you play, sorry, the technical support, maybe can you play this one? I don't know why it doesn't work automatically. But you can see that there is kind of like small eruptions you have, and this was also used for volcanic surveillance. So we have drones, we have tailored for these difficult conditions, and the drones take some pictures which will be later on processed through AI in order to give some notice to the government that is something happening and they can take actions. So why we focus on the Choco Andino? Well, there is a great biological biodiversity. There are also some synergies with the work we have done in water management. And actually, the biodiversity protection is something that we are just starting. And I will tell you why we use this multi-agent approach we call is using UAVs and also satellites. The Choco has these 9,000 plant species, 25% are endemic, 830 bird species, 10% endemic, 235 mammal species, 25% endemic. So that's important that this VR has in Ecuador. Some data about the VR, Choco Andino VR. Basically, we are talking about a difference in altitude, very important difference in altitude, from 360 meters above sea level to 4,400 meters above sea level. That puts a lot of challenges in developing man-made platforms because you have really different ecosystems and operating conditions. So I think that that's the most challenging part when using UAVs. Many people ask me why you don't use only satellites, because as you will see later on in the NDVI index diagrams, there are a lot of clouds. So processing clouds is not a really easy task. Usually, if you are familiar with this remote sensing technology, that is the bottleneck. You can take 1 week, 2 weeks in order to process imagery, and that's not something that most of the stakeholders want. So there are 11 parishes. Well, there are some data important. This VR represents 30% of the province, Pichincha province, which is the province where is the capital of Ecuador, Quito is located. I know that most of you know about Ecuador because of a previous event, maybe previous event in Ecuador, so that's good. Easy, a lot my explanation. The population in this area is around 100,000 habitants. You have some archaeological sites as well. Temperature is not really a big deal. The main problem we have there to process the images are clouds and also these wind gusts because of the high altitude sometimes. So what is our proposal in this project? What we are doing now is developing a methodology blending UAV imagery and also satellite imagery. In that way you can combine the best of both worlds. High resolution from orthomosaics of UAVs and the high coverage the satellites provide. Of course, the resolution, as you will see from satellites, is not really good. At least in Ecuador, we don't have satellites, our own satellites, so we rely on Landsat and on other type of satellite imagery publicly available. And usually that doesn't give the best of resolution we would like for some of the applications. These imageries are taken in 3 pilot areas. Actually, we divided these 3 pilot areas depending on altitude, because as you can see, there is a very big range of altitudes from 300 meters to 4,000 meters. So based on that, we define costs, and actually the work that I'm going to present later on will show some of the values that we have calculated using a techno-economic risk assessment tool in order to know how feasible would be to implement UAVs and free satellite imagery. Analysis of the images show distribution of forests and the biomass represented in the reserve, as we will see later on. So this is some of the pictures we had for this VR. Here are the 3 spots we located as main pilot zones for this study. For the UAV case, actually we developed mainly through simulation. We have some own codes for performance analysis of our airplanes and so on. So using those codes, actually we could define the final results that I will show you later on. Here is an NDVI picture of this, and as you can see, red means that you don't have vegetation, and you have a little vegetation with blue color here. And some of these spots maybe are because of the cities that are within, some populations that are within the reserve, but actually this red one doesn't represent that there is no vegetation. The problem is that you have a very big cloud over there, as you will see later on. And those are the problems that you have to analyze when you assess this different topology that we have in the Andean Cordillera. So the platforms we are using for this work is Landsat 8. These are the bands that we are using mainly for the NDVI. The resolution is 30 meters pixel, which is not great, but it is useful for forestry analysis. When you're talking, for instance, about pattern species analysis or mapping species, that is not good enough. So you have to go with something with higher resolution, and then we got the UAVs. Our UAVs have been tailored for 2, let's say, aiming 2 objectives. First, being very cost effective, so they are very cheap ones. We're talking less than $10,000, because usually these drones for the same type of tasks are around $60,000, which is not something that is affordable for most of NGOs or someone. If you give it to someone a drone of $100,000, no one wants to pilot it. So if some of you have driven a drone, you have seen that it's very easy to crash with it. The autonomy and the resolution we can get is around 10 centimeters per pixel. So this is briefly the methodology. I'm not going to go through all the steps, but basically we define mainly the pilot zones. Then we develop a mission. This mission was analyzed using a MACAP code, which is an open source performance, airplane performance code developed in Python. So it's really helpful because you can put all your own codes about endurance, about airplane design, about many aspects related with the performance of UAVs. And then also we use a simulator which when you input all this information, basically the simulator gives you the amount of energy that you can use, how good will be your structural design, because as I said before, wind gust is a very big problem over there, and if you have a very strong wind gust, you can break the structure. And because we are talking about cheap UAVs, usually the material we are using is EPO. We mix it with a composite with carbon fiber, but during the pandemic we realized that rely on carbon fiber is a big problem, because usually we don't have carbon fiber as Ecuadorians, so we have to import it from the United States, and you know, with the COVID pandemic was a really big problem. But we discovered another type of material based on a natural plant from Ecuador, and that way we could somehow tackle this disadvantage. Well, then we collect the images from the sun. At this time, I am going to present only the ones from satellites, as the UAVs will later be taken. Then you process the information, and this is the bottleneck we have now, and that's why we are working with these AI algorithms, because the AI also takes a lot, the time-consuming process that this usually is. And finally, developing a thematic map that will allow us, or will allow to all the stakeholders to know what agent using in each of the areas. So I am going to present something that we just published in Lion. This is focused on wetland monitoring, but it's more or less the same that we are going to extrapolate to the case of the Choco Andino. Here you have the different agents, so you have field testing. Of course, it's always important field testing. We are not just saying that we are not going to do field testing, because you need to validate all the data that you have gathered. And then you have the remote sensing approaches with satellite and UAVs. I'm not going to explain all this, but basically this first one is used for validation of the results, while these two ones are used for periodic monitoring. And depending on the accuracy you require and the application you require, basically you can make a roadmap in order to take the data and then plug this into a website, or which has this AI algorithm that is processing automatically the information, and then you have segment the data for later use. Here's something of the data that we got with satellite monitoring. So for instance, here we could, with satellite you can define this quite easily. For instance, the urban zone, plant cover, cloudiness, forest, water. Here's how the mission looks when you develop this UAV monitoring. Here are the three cases that I mentioned: the low altitude, medium altitude, and high altitude. And with those data, you can define the area that can be monitored, the total time of the mission, and well, the energy consumed, which will be useful, all these variables, in order to define the techno-economical feasibility of using this tool. As I mentioned in the plenary sessions, we have many challenges, but this is one of the solutions that I see in the near future, at least for our region, Latin America, that can be applied, because the operating costs, as you will see, are not really great, are not really big. So I think that it's quite something that we can easily implement. What are the challenges? Of course, we have to identify first the pilot zone, so that was a bit of a challenge, because you need representative zones for all this big area. There is always a lack of information, and we need to, and also there is a problem with to share the information within Ecuador. If you require something from the Ministry of Environment, you have to send a letter 2 months in advance, and then you can get to the data. And that is not really useful. I mean, I like a lot what you have here in Europe, that you can just go to a website, anyone can enter their details, register, and get all the information back. So that's something that we did with the wetlands proposal, but for this we would like to do the same. Here is, this is the other challenge we had, was the time of monitoring of the sun was really time consuming. Cost operation, and that's why we are using these cheap UAVs, as I told you, and adequate conditions. So here is, for instance, the altitude map, and as you can see, here is the highest area that we have in the VR that we are analyzing, and here is the lowest area. So based on this analysis, this part of here would be really, we could assess in a very good way using UAVs, because the clouds take all this area. It's difficult to measure, as you can see. So here are some of the benefits we got from using this technology. First, there is a reduction in risks and costs. We have talked with many organizations that are collaborating with us, and usually they use for some of this work helicopters, and of course that's very expensive. And depending on the type of mission, sometimes also is quite risky for the personnel who is operating that. The methodology to monitor can be easily scalable and extrapolated to other cases. As I said, first we started with precision agriculture, later with wetland monitoring, volcanic surveillance, and now we are doing this for the Choco Reserve. Well, there is like a really nice synergy with environmental conservation and remediation techniques. And this will help us with prospective analysis and historicals that will help to all the stakeholders involved in order to produce better policies. As I said, this is something that also, well, maybe Young Scientists Award help us to start with the work in the Choco Andino. The outlook and conclusions, well, UAVs and satellite images for monitoring and so on looks as promising, as I said, because we reduce costs, and using tools like AI can help to blend this data and get something that they call it like hybridization. So you get these medium resolution images, you can process them later on, and you can get really good results with low investment. At least for our case, where we have let's say, constrained budget, it is really useful. The presence of the forest, you can see, you can assess easily with satellite. Also significant changes in topology, and for the accessibility, which is another aspect that is quite complicated in some of the regions. Actually, these three locations we picked were because they are easy accessible by car. If you have to go somewhere here, it's going to be much more complicated. Finally, we are starting to set up a map like this, where the yellow dots represent the areas where UAV missions can be deployed or are more feasible or would be recommended. And the red ones are, is the opposite. Satellites for the yellow ones and UAVs for the red ones. So as you see in this area of cloudiness, would be better to use UAVs because you are just flying 100 meters above the ground and easily you can get that information. Of course, the fund that we have at this moment for the Choco Andino Reserve is quite limited, so we could start this, I would say this is the first phase of the study, and later on we are expecting to apply for more funding and get more opportunities to play with all these tools. So at the end, what we got from the simulations is that we require more or less 1,500 flight hours. We defined 3 cases for that because you usually need sunlight to carry out properly the assessment. We limit to 4 hours per day in the best case scenario, I would say, with 15 drones. We put the other 2 cases, although I don't believe those are good, but some of the stakeholders or companies who want to invest in this, they said, please reduce the number of drones. But we said, no way, I'm just going to run the cases in order to have a discussion about it. But for people who has been in trying about remote sensing, they know that more than 4 hours is going to be quite complicated. The number of days, 5 days per week, and if you do that for monitoring, more or less you will require 1.5 months. Here are some of the costs that we also derive from there. If you fly low or if you fly high. Of course, if you fly higher, you get, let's say, a large coverage. The problem is that you have lower resolution. Also, there is a problem with the performance of the UAVs because I didn't mention, but we are using electric UAVs, which are not really, let's say, they don't have the endurance as combustion ones, but the cost-effective, let's say, aspect make us to pick those ones. Also, are quite, if you use these composites that I told you, they are quite biodegradable and they can be used, let's say, more sustainably than other agents. These were the last figures we got. Of course, we have to refine that. It's the first techno-economical analysis. Thank you very much for your time. These are the Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Esteban, for this very interesting and densely packed presentation on a rather methodological and technical issue. And yeah, I hope there are questions. Yeah, please, Pfriem.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I also found it very interesting. I was wondering how closely did you cooperate with the Biosphere Reserve, and are they actually using your data, and how are they using your data?
Actually now who is collaborating with us was basically we applied to this fund from UNESCO, and they contact us with the other institutions working on this. The one that we have been working for the other project was the Ministry of Environment, but there is no I wouldn't say that there is a specific follow-up about our project from them. So what I hope in the near future is to get more people involved and also kind of like assemble a bigger consortium in order to apply for funding, because there are a lot of initiatives that are funding this. And now we are presenting just the first phase, let's say. We are now eager to find new partners or institutions who want to collaborate.
How far are the drones actually flying, these UAVs that you use? Like, is it because the Biosphere Reserve is really big? And if you show that nice picture, when you throw it to start it, so how long is the distance that you can cover?
Actually, for the ones we are tailoring, we have achieved, depending on the wind gust, the best case scenario, up to 1 hour and a half, 1 hour and a half endurance time. That helps you to cover 100 hectares, depending on the situation, how is your mission planned, so that there is these small patterns, depending on the side lap or overlap you require, you can shift a bit. But I would say that between 60 to 120 hectares is possible. And depending also on the altitude, most of these studies were carried out to 100 meters above the ground level. Yeah, the nice thing I forgot to say is that with this study, actually, you can show to governments or the people who have the money and say, come on, it's not really a big investment, and you can have monthly, maybe once a year, maybe by semester, some data that you can use later on for policies. Not just rely on what other people say, because usually if you don't have that data, you can make a prospective analysis.
Yeah.
Really nice talk, thank you very much. I was wondering, when you have, of course, to decide very carefully where to fly the drones, because you can only cover a very small part of this very large Biosphere Reserve. How do you decide on it? Is it just the altitude, or do you stratify it by cloud cover, so you fly more in areas where there's more cloud cover, where satellite imagery is less suitable, or how do you do it?
It's a really good question. Actually, there are a bunch of factors. We pick the following: first, altitude. I come from the aerospace side, so I was thinking about, I need this thing flies and don't crash with anything. The second aspect we were thinking is about the topology, because if you have a very steep, let's say you have a big mountain, and you design these patterns, you can crash, and it's very difficult to get a good orthomosaik if you fly, let's say, sideways, inclined. You actually need to fly orthogonal. And the third one was the clouds, because that is a bottleneck, and not many people talk about that, but we have discussed with many companies, and the problem is that if you use imagery, and you take 1 week for something that you require in 1 day, just processing the image is a big problem. So clouds actually can make a big problem, so we said, let's do it with drones, when you can fly lower and you can get this data that satellites can. So I would say these 3 ones, and also there is environmental engineers in our team, so these guys told us, let's go for the places where we have some hotspots of water. Well, we focus mainly on water because biodiversity, as you saw, it's a bit, I would say the technology is there, but we require more funding to do more stuff. It's possible. Yeah, thank you.
Are there other questions? No. Yeah, I also like the idea. I think you told that when you couldn't get the material, the glue from USA, you developed something from a plant from Ecuador.
Sorry.
You said when you couldn't get the supply from USA, so you used some Ecuadorian plant or something. So I like the idea because it represents the idea of Biosphere Reserve to use also like traditional knowledge or regional material.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very, very, let's say, quick decision we had to make. Yeah. And I think that's the positive aspect of COVID, help us to somehow tackle the challenges that each one has in their own places.
Yeah, you mentioned it's called EPO or something?
Yeah, it's EPO foam.
What does it stand for?
Polystyrene is basically a polystyrene is kind of like, but you can make it, and we discovered because of that, to avoid using EPO, you use this, the name in Spanish, I forgot the name of the plant, but it's kind of like bamboo. It's similar to balsa, but it's not balsa, and you can use like this pattern and matrix to give it the strength, and in that way you can operate quite easily.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you for. Okay.
In the beginning you mentioned that you use this for wetland monitoring.
Yeah.
What did you monitor there? Like what?
Well, there is an institution actually with Belgian cooperation there that's called FONAC, that they care about they are applying remediation techniques for wetlands, and they were doing manually, let's say. So someone went and tried to measure the areas of the wetlands, and of course with this you can measure hectares of wetlands. So what we cared more was about segment and see what were the areas that actually the remediation techniques were working. So when you take the periodical data, you say, okay, this was, I don't know, like one square meter, now it's 2 square meter, this small lake, and something like that.
Okay,
and
so it was about the extent of the water surface?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the simplest one, but you can do something else, and we realize now we have a project that is focusing on, for instance, taking into account plants. So if you take into account the plants, the specific plant from the site, actually you can do a very good work, because only defining the area of water gives you some information, but with the plants you get much more information because it's different, the colors also from the altitude. So if you are monitoring 4,000 meters, it's not the same as 3,000 meters. So yeah, that's something that we are doing.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have time for one question by Professor Luthardt and a very quick answer, please.
What are the most important changes you have now an answer for what is happens with your methodology?
What is the most important?
The most important changes in the landscape, and you have now an answer with a methodology to look for what is happens.
Well, the most important change I see is the data that is available for everyone. And actually our work is more about having good enough data for them to work. So that I would say.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and for the discussion. And now we come to the next presentation on a much more biological issue. Yeah, come here. It's by Dr. Yves Klinger on distribution and management of an invasive lupine in the Biosphere Reserve Rhön.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, and the landscape change question was a really nice connector between the two talks, because I will talk about a little bit about an aspect of global change and also of landscape change. And I'm from Gießen University. Since the end of last year, I've been doing my postdoc there, also on similar topics, but this talk is mainly about my dissertation. And as you may already know, invasive alien species are species which are introduced outside of their natural distribution range. They are usually, or all of the time, basically introduced by humans, and their introduction can be deliberate or unintentional. There's both ways. And to be invasive, they have to cause negative ecosystem effects to some point. And this can mean quite a lot. It can mean that they negatively affect native biodiversity, they can negatively affect ecosystem functioning, but also cause harm to human health or the human economy. So it's a wide definition, you can say, and many different species can become invasive under different circumstances. Globally, invasive species are quite important and have quite detrimental effects. They are presumed to be relevant in 40% of animal extinctions, according to the IUCN. They cause, for sure, high economic damage, which was estimated at $162 billion in 2017 alone. And you have to say that their spread is strongly tied to globalization, meaning when there are more regions going to be connected to the global trade networks, and the trade volume will be increasing, there will be more species introduced to new regions and become invasive there. This is pretty sure. And this means this problem is going to increase during the next decades. The species I'm dealing with is just one of many, many invasive species. It's the invasive garden lupine, which you can see here in this picture. And as you can see, it's quite a wonderful flower or quite a nice plant. This is why it was brought to Europe from North America as an ornamental plant, so for garden use. However, it is also a legume, which means it can fix nitrogen from the air and bring it into the soils, which is why it was also used for soil melioration, so to improve the nitrogen budget of barren sites, or for greening of roadsides, for example, where you want a closed vegetation cover quite quickly. And here in the bottom corner, you see the distribution map according to the GBIF database. You can see that it's quite a cosmopolitan. The native range is just covering this part here, and the rest is basically ranges where the species was introduced, so it's quite cosmopolitan. And it's naturalized in Central Europe, for example, but also Scandinavia and New Zealand. In Europe, it's among the 100 worst invasive species, according to Nentwik et al., and considered quite problematic in many ecosystems. It's not considered problematic everywhere. For example, in roadsides itself, it is not a problem, but only in some ecosystems, and this is due to the fact that it is capable of fixing nitrogen mainly. Meaning, especially in barren sites or in ecosystems which are characterized by low nutrient levels, the plant can really change the ecosystem over time and increase the nitrogen budget. And this can lead to considerable losses in native biodiversity. And in Europe, or in Germany, it's in particular a problem in semi-natural grasslands, which you see here on the left, where it really can change them and reduce native biodiversity, not only concerning the plants, but also concerning insects and pollinators. But in itself is also quite high growing, so it can outshade and outcompete the native vegetation, and it forms dense stands and can become quite abundant locally, which means it can reach covers of up to 60% or even more, which then of course means there's not much room for other plants. And this can lead to a reduction in native biodiversity in grassland ecosystems in particular. My biosphere reserve is the Biosphere Reserve Rhön, which is located right in the center of Germany and has 3 parts in 3 federal states of Germany, covers 2,400 square kilometers, and also has 3 different administrations with quite different structures. But we will come back to that when I talk about the challenges that research in this Biosphere Reserve may face. The Rhön Biosphere Reserve has many different and really nice ecosystems. I'm mainly focusing on the grasslands because they are the only ones being invaded by the garden lupine. So these are the most interesting ones for me. And what you see here is an aerial photograph of my study area, which is a part of the Rhön Biosphere Reserve, which is quite open and consists of more than 80% of these semi-natural grasslands. So it's an open landscape which can be considered quite pristine from a nature conservation point of view. This means it's considered to be in a good condition still. And this is mainly due to the fact that intensive agriculture, which is quite common in Germany, has not been possible in this area, mainly due to harsh climatic conditions. So we have a short vegetation period, we have low mean annual temperatures, but also very flat and acidic soils. So there were several campaigns where they tried to intensify agriculture in this area, but it was never successful. In this case, luckily so, you can say. So we have traditional land use for centuries and these really species-rich ecosystems. The lupine was introduced during one of these intensification campaigns in the 1930s, where it was used as green manure for spruce woods, which were planted there, but also used for roadside greening. So it was brought into the area in quite high numbers, basically everywhere in the region. And it was, of course, not considered a problem then. The people were quite happy, of course, to improve the growth of the spruce woods, and they also tried to make coffee out of the seeds of the plant, which was also not successful, I think. But yeah, it was considered a problem much later, during the last decades. And the basis for my dissertation basically was that the species was known to be a problem and to be quite widespread in these semi-natural grasslands. However, it was not exactly known where the species was occurring and what the spatial patterns of the distribution were. And to this end, the first goal of my dissertation was to assess the spatial distribution in the Biosphere Reserve, or in the part of the Biosphere Reserve. So I created a map, to put it simply. And secondly, we wanted to know how the species, which had spread considerably, reaches new sites. And to this end, I looked at different pathways of the dispersal of the species. And the goal of all of it was to derive management recommendations for practitioners in the area to reduce the impact of the invasion or to halt or mitigate the further spread of the invader. And here you see the first result. We were quite lucky to base our research on some predecessors, and a former colleague or a predecessor at my working group created this map where she mapped in all the garden lupines in a small part of the Biosphere Reserve. This is just 4 square kilometers, so it's not a large area. However, it's quite important for the conservation of these semi-natural grasslands. And you can see here that in this area she mapped the lupine distribution in 3 cover classes, ranging from low cover to high cover. And the darker the colors, the more abundant is the lupine in the different sites. And what you can see here on the first glance is that the invader is already present in the area, or basically everywhere. However, the distribution is characterized by these high number of small stands. So if you're sitting in the back row, you will probably only see some dots, but this is basically how the distribution is characterized. There are indeed some hotspots of the invasion. For example, this part here in the center, in the west, and this part here in the center, but there are also some uninvaded areas, for example, these 2 parts in the north and this in the south. And this is quite indicative of early to mid-stage invasion. So the spatial distribution shows that the plant is still spreading, but the invasion is not in a late stage, you can say. And what I did in my first paper is basically remap this area using the same methods. And this is the map I created. You can see on the first glance that a lot has changed in this area. Overall, the area covered by lupine stands of any intensity has more than doubled during this almost 20 years. And you can also see that the colors are much darker, meaning lupine cover in the sites has also increased. And I think it can be presumed that when the cover of the plant increases, also the negative effects on the native vegetation may have, or will probably have, increased. And you can also see that some new areas have been colonized. So this part here in the north, and this part here in the north, and this part here in the south are not free of lupine anymore. There are some changes which were quite good. In this area, there has been a reduction, mainly due to measures that were performed after the first mapping. However, the spread of the plant was not mitigated at all. On the contrary, it spread quite intensively or extensively. So what did we learn? The lupine colonized indeed many new areas. However, looking at the spatial patterns, we also found something interesting, which you can see nicely, or hopefully nicely on this photograph. You can see that the grasslands, which are located right next to the road network, are more heavily invaded than the grasslands which are located further away. And this was a pattern we found throughout this whole landscape, not only in my study area, but also in other regions or in other parts. And this means that this could either be an effect of the invasion history, because I told you already that the plant was used for roadside greening, so it may have been brought into the region by the roadside network, by the road network, but it could also mean that the species is dispersing along the road network. So meaning there's either some mechanism that spreads the plants or the seeds along the road network, or the roadside or road verges host source habitats for the invasion. And you can also say that despite this area being really a focus area of nature conservation, the spread of the lupine was not mitigated at all. Spread was then the second subject, or the subject of my second paper. We wanted to know, how does the species colonize new areas, how does it reach new areas, and what can we do about it? And to this end, we did several pilot studies to look at different pathways of dispersal, and in the end decided on two potential pathways concerning grassland management, which means the grasslands, of course, have to be managed to stay grasslands. If you leave them alone for too long in our climate, they will become forest at some point. So management is necessary and is being carried out in this area. And you have either the sites are mown or the sites are grazed by migratory sheep. So what we did basically is looked at the species compositions that are found or are dispersed by these two dispersal vectors, as we call them. And to this end, we jointly worked with the local shepherds and farmers, of course, because they start to ask questions when you go there and try to sample their machinery or their sheep. And for the sheep, we focused on the sheep dung, so on the seeds that are eaten and then dropped some hours later or some days later. And we took weekly samples from 3 flocks over the course of 3 months. And for the mowers, we took samples from several mowing dates covering all the typical or traditional mowing dates in the study area. And this ranges from the start of July to mid-August, basically. And we were, of course, mostly interested in finding the garden lupine, but we also looked at all the other species to cover more of a grassland aspect. So what role do these vectors play for the conservation of grasslands? And to give you just a glimpse of the results, you can see in the sheep dung we found 52 species overall. The 3 most common ones were these 3: Urtica dioica, burning nettle, which is here considered nothing special, I'd say, but in your range may even be an invader. So this species made up more than half of all the seeds or all the seedlings we found. So sheep seem to like to eat burning nettle. It seems to be quite tasty, and they disperse it quite often. A second was Stellaria media, which is a roadside or field border species, I'd say. And the third one is Juncus effusus, which is a grass that produces quite a lot of seeds and will be found in all dispersal vectors very often. So from a grassland conservation point of view, there was nothing special really in there, or not much special. The most common species were also the ones you are not really interested in. For the mowers, this looked quite differently. We found some typical grassland specialists also in quite high frequencies. For example, Chisetum flavescens, which is an important grass for these ecosystems. Silenophlus cuculli, which is quite nice. And also, again, Juncus effusus. And you can say there were more than 100 species. So mowers seem to spread more grassland specialists compared to sheep. To sum this a little bit up, we have indeed different species compositions in these 2 dispersal vectors. For sheep, we mostly found roadside or field border species, and for mowers, we found more grassland specialists. But what about the lupine, which we were most interested in? As for the sheep, we only found one individual of the garden lupine in the sheep dung over the course of 3 months. So it's probable that this is not the most frequent way of dispersal for the species. It is in principle possible, but sheep have to eat a high amount of seeds to spread the plant. And this should be avoided, of course, by local managers. And as for the mowers, the results were similar when we looked at early mowing dates, meaning that when the sites were mown by the beginning of July, only one seed or 2 seeds were spread, whereas when mowing happened later, we found up to 300 seeds during one mowing event. So this means for the practitioners, the farmers have to be quite careful when they mow the areas. But this is also quite complicated in some point. So what are the key results and findings of these 2 papers? We found that the garden lupine spread massively in the study area, and this is not only in this small part where I showed you the map, but there are problems reported throughout the Biosphere Reserve. We learned that we are in the late invasion stage, at least in some parts of the area, and this means that the complete eradication of the plant is not feasible and should not, in my opinion, be the focus of conservation measures. Instead, because you will not be successful if you try this tens of thousands of these plants and you will not manage to get rid of them completely. Instead, you should try to reduce the impact on native biodiversity by adapting management wherever possible. This can be a patch-by-patch approach, which is quite complicated but possible. And secondly, you should really focus on mitigating its further spread. So it shouldn't spread to new sites and invade any new sites. And this can be achieved by adapted management, or if that's not possible, maybe even biocontrol measures, which I can suggest, but of course the farmers and shepherds will not really be happy about it, and you have to talk about it. It's not possible everywhere, of course. And I would strongly advocate monitoring of uninvaded sites as the highest priority, to identify early invasion stages, and then when you still have options, you can still decide what to do in each case. And to this end, quite holistic concepts are needed, and many stakeholders need to be involved. And this is also part of the challenges, because in each study site we have many different interests, many different people that are involved. But if you ever have done practical nature conservation, you will know that it's quite complicated sometimes. And this it's really sometimes hard even to know who is involved in managing of a given site. So this is the greatest challenge, I think, communication between different stakeholders. For me personally, I found also the administrative structures in the Biosphere Reserve Rhön quite complicated, because we have 3 administrations with different structures and different people who are in charge of different things, and sometimes it's quite hard to get to the right person. And there is also a different research focus for each federal state, basically. However, these challenges can be overcome, and the benefits, of course, by far outweigh the problems. Overall, the cooperation has been highly supportive and fruitful, and the Biosphere Reserve Rhön has like a really good infrastructure to base your science on, with good geodata, literature, and administrative support. And to resolve conflicts, we tried to hold as many workshops as possible. However, during COVID times, this is a little bit harder, I'd say. In particular because, of course, practitioners will not participate in all your Zoom meetings. And for me personally, the most important benefit of doing research in this Biosphere Reserve was looking beyond the edge, so taking detours and looking at other aspects of conservation and biodiversity by, for example, jointly supervised final thesis, excursions, or future research projects, which will be starting soon. So to give you, in the final slide, an outlook, new management schemes for the garden lupine are implemented since these studies have been performed, and we hope that the invasion will be halted or slowed down at least. However, we don't know yet if the management schemes are successful. This will take some time, and we have established some long-term monitoring sites where we will take a close look at the development. In general, you can say that the spread of problematic species will impose new challenges on biosphere reserves, and these challenges have to be met, and ideally, I'd say, before these problematic species become a problem. And in general, biosphere reserves already provide a quite good framework to deal with these problems. However, practical challenges will, as usual, remain. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Yves, on your presentation on your work on a very relevant issue. As, invasive alien species has been identified by the Ibisch global assessment as one of the five main drivers for biodiversity loss. So it is relevant, So questions,
Yeah, hi. So the workshops that you've held with the stakeholders, I work in the onesie, so another biosphere reserve, and I've faced exactly the same issues as you have. Have those workshops happened yet? Have you managed to? Yeah. Did you get them to communicate amongst each other? And do you think it was beneficial?
I hope it was beneficial, but of course you don't get the feedback during the workshops, in my opinion. You get some feedback, but it's not the real feedback happens sometime later when you talk to the people in person maybe, and so on. In my opinion, they were successful, but of course it's always, I think the problem that we faced at the beginning, and which has not been resolved, was that when you communicate research results, you hold a PowerPoint presentation and then give people your results, and you don't really have the chance to talk to them. And this happens on the side of these workshops more. And I'm sure the farmers and shepherds that were involved, that they benefited from these workshops. However, it's difficult. When we took the samples of the mowing machinery, for example, every farmer participated. No one said, no, you are not allowed to take samples from my mowing machinery, but some got quite mad because they said, yeah, you want to control us, you want to take a look, and we have to then have more work when we manage these sites, and it's already so much work, and so on. And then there's also kind of a clash between the farmers and the shepherds, and they say, okay, the shepherds are spreading the garden lupine and not we farmers. And there are like many potential conflicts, and as a researcher, you're a little bit of an outsider. You can talk to the people and they will tell you some things, and some things they won't tell you, but to get the people to talk to each other, this is like a whole different problem, I'd say. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, is it my turn? Directly relating to this, did the Biosphere Reserve support you in communicating with the stakeholders, or how did this all work out?
The protected area concept in this region is quite complicated, so there are also many conservation managers involved, and we have in German it's a Landschaftspflegeverband. I don't know if there's an English word, which is a connector between nature conservation and farmers, and they, for us, invite farmers to these workshops, for example. And the Biosphere Reserve really tries to connect us with the relevant people, and also advertises these workshops and tries to get the people that are interesting for us and that are relevant for the subjects to participate. So, and of course provides infrastructure and so on.
And was the topic developed sort of together with the Biosphere Reserve, or was it your idea or from your university somehow?
No, it was developed together, and also the proposal was co-authored by the heads of the Biosphere Reserve. So.
Your workshops, where did they were held? Hold the workshop during the pandemic? Because my question was related how you make to example, when you have to extrapolate to farmers technology, and you have to give them knowledge. It's the only way that they can attend. How do you do it here in Germany? I don't know, what approach do you
We were holding like several workshops before the pandemic. During the pandemic, there was nothing happening, but the project was mostly finished. We were waiting for the pandemic to be finished for the last workshop, but it's still not possible to hold it, so there will be no more. But we tried to be in the villages, basically. We held several workshops in different locations and be in the villages, so it's easy for the people to participate. And we also split the workshops into several parts, meaning there was one evening talk where people that work could easily participate, and just for 2 hours, where it's just really low effort, and you can have a drink afterwards and so on. And then we had like a day where people who were really interested into the subject could join in. We tried to change the location, but of course, I guess it's easier here, and we didn't reach all the people, of course, which are relevant. Not possible, I'd say.
Erik, you had another question?
Yes, many actually, but
yeah.
I only asked one.
I think we don't have the time for many.
Someone else? No. I was wondering, for the farmers, there are also stakeholders, because they are working in the Biosphere Reserve, stakeholders for the Biosphere Reserve. So what is their perception on the lupine and the spread? Did they also see it as a problem?
It depends really on the farmer. The garden lupine, which you can see, of course, can be quite abundant in some sites, and by some farmers it is considered a problem because it decreases fodder quality of the hay they get from these sites. But during the last decades, this biomass was not that important because they had plenty other sources to feed their cows, for example. However, we had some drought years in Germany during the last 5 years, and then this biomass suddenly became quite important. So maybe the perception has changed a little bit. But there are some farmers that work with cows will not mind, because cows will eat the biomass and there will nothing happen. But there were farmers which were feeding this biomass to horses, also selling it at high prices to race horses, and when there's lupine in there, they won't eat it or will get sick. So these farmers are quite interested in not having lupine, and they will even go through their grasslands and cut them out one by one. But it really depends on we have like really a patchy landscape where one meadow is really lupine free, and right next to it is like one which is really heavily invaded. And this really depends also on management, of course. But it's really hard to track down which management practices really happened on each site, because that's hard to find out, in fact. Surprisingly, I wouldn't have thought that, but it is indeed.
Okay, maybe the other of your many questions you can spare for the coffee break, so then we will manage to have a coffee break and go on with our third presentation. Thank you again, and thank you for the discussion. Then we jump to another continent, to Africa, and to climate change. And Amina Maroini is going to present Understanding Heat Extremes in Sub-Saharan Africa.
I didn't catch. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So thank you. I will be speaking about a research I conducted at the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France, in collaboration with the Men and Biosphere program at UNESCO, and the topic of which was the understanding of heat extremes in Sub-Saharan Africa. And most specifically, we looked at projected changes in UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. And so for a little bit of context, I will speak about the background. So Sub-Saharan Africa has been identified as a region, one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change. As we know that mean temperatures and their extremes have increased, and there's also a projected increase in intensity and and the frequency of extreme events that has been well documented by previous literature. And this projected change is projected, this trend is projected to continue. And in a more political context, most African countries have ratified the Paris Agreement, committing to limit the global temperature increases well below 2 degrees, and preferably to 1.5 degree above pre-industrial levels. So that's just to say that there is a general interest among in this continent about this issue, and most precisely because they are projected to be the most affected. And so, knowing this, we chose to focus on the 86 UNESCO Biosphere Reserves in Sub-Saharan Africa. And so, because we have strong changes in extreme that are expected to occur under climate change, and so these biosphere reserves sort of consist in model regions for sustainable development, where there is a lack of information, and more specifically in this region, which have a poor infrastructure to provide a good enough observation. And so we propose to use climate models to investigate climate extremes, and more specifically heat extremes. We choose to focus on heat extremes because there are many, in the biosphere reserves we're looking at, there are many people who live there, indigenous people, and so heat is one of the climate hazards that have the greatest impact on population and also on ecosystems, but it's not something that I looked at in this study. So I will mostly focus on the framework. So the context is what the issue wanted to assess what potential impacts of these global targets that I mentioned, which were 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees, have on key sectors in sub-Saharan African biosphere reserves. And so because there is a lack of information, we are looking at climate models outputs. And so the issue here is that in climate models, the outputs are mainly thermodynamical variables. So we are looking at a way to quantify these impacts using only these outputs, which are temperature, humidity, and precipitation, and also solar radiation. And in our case, we looked at indices which were a combination of temperature and humidity. And so we identified 3 heat stress indices and 6 other indices, which are the ETCCDI indices, well defined in literature by previous studies. And so these indices allow us to quantify various parameters, such as health effects. I will talk about wet bulb temperature and TXX and TNX, and another index which is called the warm spell duration, which is a sort of a measure of the heat wave events. And then I will speak about a heat warning index briefly, which is the NOAA heat index. And also we can, with these models, we can quantify economic impacts, and with the wet bulb temperature indoor, which I will talk a bit later about it. And lastly, something that we can look at is agriculture and water management, but it was not really the focus of this presentation. But it just goes to show that with simple climate models, we can assess many impacts, and so help Biosphere Reserve to inform on what will happen in the context of climate change. And so because we had so many biosphere reserves, the issue was how to do that analysis. Either we chose to look at each biosphere reserve individually, and that represented a really high challenge, or we could group biosphere reserves in terms of dynamical classes. And so we did that, and to do that, I computed the monsoon precipitation index, which is an index which relies on precipitation. And we also looked at temperature, and this allowed us to have 5 categories. So we grouped 86, and then biosphere reserves, and then we ended up with 5 categories. And so, which are the Northern Hemisphere monsoon, which is a region well known, it's in the Sahel region. And actually there's also a Southern Hemisphere monsoon, which is the green dots that you can see, which has also a monsoon, but the rainy season is the dry season in the Northern Hemisphere. So it's reversed. And then we have the wet climate region, which is in the tropical region in Central Africa. It's represented by the purple dots. And then we have the dry climate region, and that would be the east of South Africa. And lastly, we have a Mediterranean type of climate region, which is in the west of South Africa. And so in all the following results, I will talk about the results in these different climate regions. And so here we're looking at projected changes in temperature extremes. And so to have a robust results, we're looking at multi-model median means, because what I looked at was outputs of climate models, and more specifically, it's a SEMIP6 model ensemble, and it consists in many models from different countries, including Germany, France, China, many other countries, and I modeled the result for each of these climate models, and then we do the median of all these models to have a robust result on each spatial and temporal point. And so one thing that maybe I should clarify is in this graph you can see on the x-axis the global mean temperature anomaly relative to pre-industrial levels. So that means that what you can see in the x-axis is the global warming levels. And so to precise the projection we look at our projection under the business as usual scenario. So we pretend that we do nothing, we have the same emissions as now, and no adaptive at all. And on the y-axis we have the anomaly relative to pre-industrial levels. And so TXX can be seen as the hottest day of the year, because it's computed as the maximum of surface temperature on each day. And so what you can see here is the one line, and these lines, when you are above these lines, it means that the temperature in the climate class will be higher than the global mean temperature. So if the temperature on the globe is 1.5 degrees, and you're above it, that means it's going to be very hot, and there will be drastic impacts in that region. And so one very important result is that we can see that in the monsoon region, which is the green and the blue dots, exceeds the global mean temperature even at 1.5 degrees. So here you can see that this region will likely be very affected by climate change if we continue to emit as today. And so that's a first result, but if we want to quantify the impact on populations, as I said, it was an issue we wanted to assess. We need to look at exceedances of thresholds, because that's the way we can know how a human being will perceive the changes in high temperature. And so here we have the maps that I plotted for 3 different heat stress indexes. And not to focus too much on the different indexes, you can just see by looking at these maps, without prior knowledge of how they're computed, that there are regions which present a very high risk under the different global warming levels. So I computed for 1.5 degree, 2.5 2 degree, and 3 degrees. And you can see more specifically that the Sahel region is the most affected. And so we have different risk levels, ranking from low to high, and so we find again the results that I was showing you by showing you the TXX index, that the monsoon region is likely to be the most affected, and in fact it's most likely to be affected in the northern hemisphere monsoon region, and so that's another result that is rather interesting to see and worrying also. And now, just to speak a bit about what does it entail to population, and what can we do with these results, which are results on natural hazard. We can translate them into impact, and that will help to inform biosphere reserves and even populations who live near the biosphere reserves on what impact it can have. And because I studied many indices, I will focus on one. So I chose the labor productivity index, which is a wet bulb globe temperature indoor. And it is defined as a weighted mean of wet bulb temperature. So It's computed from temperature outputs and relative humidity. And the idea with this index is to assess the recommended maximum exposure levels at different work intensity. And it tells you the rest-work ratio that a worker will have for an average acclimatized worker. So why acclimatized worker? It's because we are not looking at solar radiation. So when I computed this index, there is no solar radiation involved. So we pretend that the worker is working in a closed environment. And even with that simple assessment, you could see just before how it was very high in this monsoon region here and here. So imagine if we took into consideration solar radiation, it would likely be very higher. And so we identify 3 levels, and for each level there is an increase in 25% of rest that the worker has to have for each hour of work. And yeah, and so here you can see more clearly the exceedances for different climate classes. And one of the key results here is that high level of heat stress indices are projected in monsoon regions, and the exceedances of course increase with the global mean temperature. So the more the mean surface temperature increases, the more the heat stress impact is really drastic. And when it's very high, it can lead to very terrible impact. In the case of wet bulb temperature indoor, it means that above the level 3, the worker basically can work only 25% of the day. So that's not really reassuring in a sense. And then another index that is very important is the wet bulb temperature, and this one is really used in literature because it's more simpler to compute it, and what it tells us is that if we have values that are greater than 29 degrees, then it can have deadly consequences. As a matter of fact, this index actually represents the lowest temperature that human skin can cool. So if it exceeds 35 degrees, then your body cannot cool through evaporation with sweating. So basically you will die. So what you can see is that in the northern hemisphere monsoon, what is really interesting is that there is an increase of about 1 degree for each degree of global warming. So it means that if we reach, say, 6 degrees of global warming, then we will exceed 35 degrees, which is the absolute limit above which the body cannot cool. And even at our, under our global warming level, which is said to be 1 degree, we can see here that we have values that are really close to the higher limit of risk. And so lastly, because I was talking about populations, there is the necessity to cross these results with population exposure to determine what it will, how it will impact biosphere reserves populations. Actually, we're looking precisely at the number of people who are living in biosphere reserves, and these results are crossed with the heat stress severity. So you can see that I mapped on the x-axis the population exposure, and on the y-axis the heat stress severity. And there are 3 different squares, and each square corresponds to a level of risk. And so if a biosphere reserve is in the right top, it will mean that there is the highest risk of exposure to heat stress. And so here I'm not looking at climate classes anymore. I'm really looking at how many people are exposed to each heat stress indices. And so what we can take from these results is that we find that maintaining global mean temperature below 2 degrees allows us to reduce the population exposure to high level of health risk twofold. And this is by looking at the official population data that were provided by Biosphere Reserves. And one other key result that we could find doing this was to identify hotspots of Biosphere Reserves with already high exposure under our present day climate. And namely, this is a list of biosphere reserves which presented a very high signal. And so this kind of information can also be used to inform stakeholders. And so lastly, I looked at temperature and precipitation, at various precipitation indices to identify why there were different processes between the different climate regions. And maybe not to bore you too much about the technical detail, I will just skip to the conclusion of this. So you can just see here that I plotted again 3 indices which are based on precipitation indexes for different global warming levels. And these results allowed us to understand why there were various responses of heat stress in these 5 climate regions. And namely, what we found was that the Northern Hemisphere monsoon biosphere reserves, which was shown to be the most affected, at least to have the highest risk with all the heat stress and temperature indexes that we computed, we found that it was because of the compounding effects of temperature and humidity, and so this is why the high risk were already attained under our global warming of 1 degree. And in the other climate classes, which is the Southern Hemisphere monsoon and rainy climate biosphere reserves, just to remind you, it's the green and the blue and the purple biosphere reserves. And in these biosphere reserves, we also found that they were very high signal, but lower than in the Sahel. So the Sahel is the Northern Hemisphere monsoon climate class. And this high health risk is reached only starting at a global warming of 3 degrees, with higher effects in the Southern Hemisphere monsoon. And this is likely due to the warming through land atmosphere feedbacks. And so to conclude, I made a little table to show how this analysis of climate hazard can be translated into impacts. And we can see that now I'm not using scientific terms, I'm just saying hot days, which is TXX, hot nights, TNX, an index that I computed, dry days, which is a consecutive dry days, another index that I was showing you before, precipitation, heat stress, and we can see how a framework like this can be a useful tool to assess the potential risk. And so for each of the climate classes, so each biosphere reserve stakeholders can, for example, look at where their biosphere reserve is located and see, okay, so I'm having this kind of risk that is projected based on the business as usual scenario. So it can be a really good tool to make that assessment. And so to conclude, to talk a bit about the benefits even more, I would say that these UNESCO designated biosphere reserves, which, as I said, are a model region for sustainable development, bring a unique opportunity to identify challenges of heat stress and heat extremes in general, and that is also true because of the documentation and observation of biosphere reserves which were used to conduct this research, more specifically the population data, and also in a more general sense and in the future, because it supports mitigation and adaptation to climate change. It's at the core of the Men and Biosphere program. We can see how it's a really good it's a good benefit to show these results to stakeholders and to explain them more into detail the climate science, so it can further inform them in their strategies. And as a matter of fact, this presentation served as a baseline for a workshop that was conducted at UNESCO at some point during this research. And to speak about a bit on the outlooks, I will talk about the framework to assess the complete risk, because what I did was looking at natural hazard and the population exposure, but if we want to have a complete risk assessment, we need to speak about vulnerability. And assessing vulnerability is a complicated task, because many people will experience differently the heat stress, and depending on their age, their sex, their work profession, their GDP, and so on. So it's very complicated to have access to this kind of information. And we could imagine in the future that if we wanted to have this complete risk assessment, that we would have a qualitative data identifying how local population experience heat stress. And so this data could be also information on policies about resilience and adaptation, because there are some parameters that can contribute to diminish this risk. And so with a better knowledge of climate adaptation initiatives and resilience initiative, we can have a better overview of the total risk. And another thing that is important, and that I thought about it this morning listening to a talk, is local stakeholders and also indigenous knowledge, which is very important. We need to listen to testimonies and to see how this knowledge can be brought to climate change adaptation. And so I should also credit the IPCC report for doing this beautiful figure. And so that's the end of my talk, and I will just conclude by saying that even if we didn't make the computation of the complete risk, we were still able, based on the 2020 population data from Biosphere Reserves, to show something very important, which is that hotspots of high heat stress risk are located in a specific region where there are many biosphere reserves and many people living there, and that keeping global mean temperature below 2 degrees reduces population exposure to a high health risk twofold. And all of this clearly highlights the importance of implementing mitigation and adaptation measures in line with the Man and Biosphere strategy. And yes, I will stop here, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Amina, on this presentation, which showed very clearly the direct impact of climate change on human health. And
thank you.
Yeah, now questions. No questions.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. The 3 levels for the where you showed like work reduction per hour. Were they corresponding to 1 degree increase, 1.5 degree increase, 2 degree increase, or what are the levels?
Okay, so the levels for each indices are based on epidemiological studies and literature on how workers are experiencing heat stress. So it's levels of how it can be seen as levels of how they will experience it under no consideration of global warming. You take into consideration global warming afterwards, so they are based on different temperature threshold. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. So level 1 will correspond to a certain temperature range, level 2 also, level 3 also.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. Yes?
And how did you get in touch with the Biosphere Reserves, or how did you make the decision to choose the Biosphere Reserves for that study?
So we looked at Sub-Saharan Africa because we wanted to see how it could be interesting to use climate models for a region where there is a lack of observation. And so it was a test study. And in the end, it provided useful enough to inform Biosphere Reserves on what is climate change, how it can affect them directly. And in the framework of this study, at one point, we did a workshop where I provided similar maps, but on the Arab region. And so it was really engaging, and they were able to understand how climate change affected their region of interest.
Great, so the intention was really to inform Biosphere Reserves about how they are affected by climate change.
Yes, in a sense, yes, and also to explore how climate models could respond to that issue of not having enough data. Okay. And so that's an interesting way of doing it.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's also a bit related, was there any specific reason why you focused on Biosphere Reserves, or in the first place?
Okay, in the first place, we wanted to incorporate local population information on how they they said they were affected by heat extremes and especially heat waves. But then due to a lack of time, and we shifted the study to another aspect, which was more on impact assessment of these heat extremes. And so that was mainly another reason of why we wanted to focus on biosphere reserves, because they are test zones of sustainable development. So the communication would have been much easier, because there are the stakeholders are people who are more aware of this type of issues than other disciplines. Yes.
Thank you. It's very important presentation in short. How many people are living in this 86 biosphere reserves, and is it the same than the surrounding area, or is it more or less?
So we're looking in these plots. I was looking in each biosphere reserves. So I was looking at exactly the population given into 2020. And so in total, I think it should be in the range of tens of millions, because you can see in the x-axis that we have, it goes until 3.5 times 10 power of 6. So I don't have the exact number, but I would say it's in the 20 millions of people in total. But of course, there are biosphere reserves that are not populated. And so, for example, at some point we were discussing whether do we take into account the Niger, because there are biosphere reserves in the desert. And so because there are no population living there and we're looking at heat stress, we just decided to focus under the Sahara so that it solves this question of doing a really impactful study on population.
Thank you very much. One more question, okay, one quick answer, I think, and then we can go to
just follow up based on your research. This is widely important and probably very complex, but how can the biosphere reserves prepare for these scenarios? Is there something these regions are perfectly suited to do? And what would you advise? Maybe just a glance.
Right. I wouldn't be able to advise anything specific, because as I said, I was looking at so many biosphere reserves and they rely on different activities. But I think one of the most important issues is the implementation of technical ways to do agriculture. For example, when these people were doing agriculture in a very traditional way that was more in line with nature. And so I would say that this tendency of bringing ways to consume and to work nature that we have in the West, in the South, is something that I think we should really discuss about these type of issues. And so I wouldn't be able to give a specific guideline, but I think there are many discussions that are necessary. And just this morning, somebody was talking about indigenous knowledge, so I would say listening to this should be a priority. And so I'm happy that this conference is giving a lot of time to this. And yeah, so I hope I answered.
Thank you.
Are there urgent questions? Or if not, then yeah, thank you again. And yeah, for the presentations and for the discussion of this first session. And now we go to a coffee break. And after this, we are in the room, one of the rooms next to you.
Short question, do you know where the coffee break is? Is it at this building or is it go back?
We will see, I hope so, but maybe we have to walk over there.
Do you know it?
Yeah.
Okay, then we can Great. Thanks again, everybody. See you.
Suggested, at least in one or two things. You can't incorporate everything from every lesson at once. So anyway, we have three speakers, and I will sit here and raise my hand after when it's nearly time to finish. So the first is Mari Carmen Romero, and oops, do we have the presentations, please? Yes, great.
Okay, so welcome. I don't pretend to be as this experience as the speaker we had before. And I wanted to, before starting, I wanted to contextualize a little bit what I'm going to present, which is just a part of a PhD which I recently defended. So towards an inclusive environmental governance model in the Arganaré Biosphere Reserve in Morocco is like the title of the whole PhD program. I'm trying to reduce a little bit my talk, my presentation today, focusing exclusively in the Biosphere Reserve, but maybe there are some like inconsistencies or gaps or doubts that can emerge, and that's why I want to contextualize a little bit. Basically, my research project looked at well, I was wondering at the beginning myself, okay, we have on the one hand, we have the like models of sustainable models of governance. So Biosphere Reserve is one of the approaches, institutional approaches, that differently from national parks or other protected areas approaches include since the very beginning with a main focal point humans and inhabitants and local populations inside the very core concept of biosphere reserves. So we have an institutionally sustainable governance model. And then on the other hand, we have plenty of community-led governance models, some of them traditional, others not so traditional, but approaches to governance which have demonstrated historically and since ancient times to be sustainable, even if the people practicing it don't acknowledge that. So I was wondering myself how two governance models, this top-down approach of Biosphere Reserve, institutional approach, and the bottom-up approaches of governance models, which in Morocco are called Agdals, as they are like traditional or indigenous governance commons, rural commons, governance models, how they interact. So how each of them are working, are inside them, and if they are interactions of possibilities to create synergies. Okay, so that's the context. Then, well, for the Biosphere Reserve, it's a huge Biosphere Reserve of more than 25,000 square kilometers. So already that's like the core areas are bigger. Some of the core areas, like for example in Tafraout, just in the south, within the limit area of the desertic regions, are bigger than many of the Spanish biosphere reserves at the world that we have in Spain, just for you to know. Then there are a population of more than 3 million inhabitants in 2014, so in the last official census. They include like 4 main cities and several administrative regions, and it has like more than 20 years since it was declared at the beginning. But it has like the action plan was recently approved in 2020. So it's like it's an ancient biosphere reserve, but it's not still to date not properly, let's say, not properly established in a policy related, well, in a practical way. Just for you, I don't know if with so many lights you are gonna appreciate the photographs enough, but those are like north. It's such a huge biosphere reserve that landscapes vary, ecosystems vary a lot between north in Essaouira and south in the Anti-Atlas region, parts of the Biosphere Reserve. However, the Biosphere Reserve includes the whole distribution of the Argan forest in Morocco, which is like endemic tree and ecosystem all over the world, which have even a recognition since past year from the United Nations as an International Day of the Argan Forest for the singularity that this ecosystem has. And here you have also other two different images of what's included in the Biosphere Reserve. So it's not just about natural, more or less pristine landscapes, but also about greenhouse intensive agricultural areas, to mass tourism in the city of Agadir. That's an image of the coastal zone. This is the beach. So this is this beach. So you can have more or less wider idea of what's going on in the Biosphere Reserve. And then the wider research question, my whole research question was to what extent an inclusive environmental governance model may be addressed for the Argan-Aré Biosphere Reserve and for the local communities. So I'm not going to go into local communities today, but just for you to know, so in case we can exchange outside the room afterwards. And then, from all my specific objectives, research objectives, the ones that are more closely related to Biosphere Reserve at itself, not to local communities, are to analyze the Biosphere Reserve institutional approach to environmental governance. So looking at how Moroccan institutions are managing this vast territory, the different institutions, and which are the perceptions concerning inclusive environmental governance of an extended peer community of decision makers. So what I understand by an extended peer community of decision makers is not only the institution, the public institution in charge, officially in charge of the Biosphere Reserve, but actually over the territory in reality, once you are there, settled there, which are the people that formally and informally have a share of power or a certain space for influencing decision making. That includes all the official administrations, but also includes all researchers involved in the Biosphere Reserve, some investors, NGOs, other institutions, even some social organizations, voluntary or that are involved directly in environmental issues. But not all of the people that are like stakeholders as such, just, well. And the second specific objective was to identify the constraints and synergies of this top-down approach to governance concerning local populations and their own bottom-up approaches to governance. So this is the part of the top-down approach, and I had a similar equivalent of specific objectives for the bottom-up approach. So in the end, my research tried to answer the interface, what's going on in between. Concerning the aim, this research adds an empirical case study to the North African region and addresses two of the main weaknesses of UNESCO Biosphere Reserves worldwide, as acknowledged by in the medium, like the strategy, like the medium-term strategy of UNESCO, which is effective governance of Biosphere Reserve. So that remains a challenge worldwide, and in the Maghreb we have, at least in the Argan-Aré Biosphere Reserve, it is demonstrated that it's one of the main challenges too, and shortcomings for their implementation. It's like it sounds, the Biosphere Reserve, like since the 70s, it sounds like a big concept, which is logical, which is intuitive, which is just, but it's hard to land it, to implement it with effectiveness. So why? That was my well, my interest. And how I did that was, to put it shortly, with an ethnographic integrative approach. Ethnographic meaning being settled there, not only in the local communities, but also at, when I was conducting all the interviews, workshops, and qualitative methods of gathering data at the political and institutional level, I was settled in the same city as the policy makers were, or in the same cities, like there were two main ones, Rabat and Agadir. I was attending to all the events related closely or indirectly to the Biosphere Reserve, looking also not only for information, but also for contradictions in their messages or in their speeches of those of the main key actors, key institutional actors. So if you have a different approach, which is more quantitative or more like, well, less ethnographic, there are things that you risk to miss. And I managed to, well, to triangulate information on data and spot some contradictory messages coming from politicians and managers that were quite helpful to the conclusions to the results of their research. So yeah, that's key to grasp in-depth crucial factors such as individuals, frameworks of ideas, values, motivations, mindsets, or interests. And those factors, among others, were demonstrated towards the end of the research that were underlying factors that not always, but frequently are overlooked or not given the relevance they have, the weight they have. So, well, too quickly. There were meant to, okay, that's. I'm not gonna go in detail into that, but you can ask me if you are interested. But by an ethnographic integrative approach, I mean that I kind of create a locally context-adapted set of methods in the different stages of my research that were appropriate or that fit accurately to my research questions and to my key actors. So I wanted to conduct participatory research as much as possible, taking into account language barriers, my research profile, etc. So I did, first of all, an informed research design, and I construct the Organisational Biosphere Reserve Key Actors database, but then I deployed a group of different methods to capture the data of each of my specific research questions and objectives on the field. And then I analyzed them through content analysis, mainly based on perceptions, and looking for synergies between the Biosphere Reserve and the local communities and the governance scenarios, which was like part of the questions I raised in the focus groups and in the different interviews, in-depth interviews that I conducted in the field. If this works, I don't know. Okay. So some briefly of my key results and findings is that as a colleague, Caroline presented in the previous session, the relevance of conducting an in-depth analysis of the actors map, trying to show as in-depth or as comprehensive as possible the relationships, formal and informal, that are between the different actors. So, yeah, again, I cannot, I shouldn't go in detail into this, but in contrast with the work my colleague did, the baseline information for this actors analysis was based on ethnographical data, collected data, not in questionnaires. So when I say that this small research institution is related to the agricultural one, it's not because it's answered in some questionnaire or figures in a website, an official one, but because it's an observation on the field. In reality, they have links there. So, well, this also shows, for example, in contrast with the policy reports, that the key institutional actors are completely different from those official scheme that appears in the policy documents of the governing body of the Biosphere Reserve. So the Forest Department, for example, is the only, well, this one and the Conseil Regional, only two actors are have more or less the same weight in the, let's say, the real institutional actors map and the official scheme or configuration of the governing body, officially acknowledged. So then we have that, the conclusions are that informal dynamics might be preventing, in our case, the system from failure due to informal relationships of trust, collaboration, alliances, and dialogue. So even though the Biosphere Reserve might be understood as a paper park, let's say, or as a more or less dormant Biosphere Reserve, it is not in reality, because people have appropriated the concept and the concept of the Biosphere Reserve, and they are in informal circuits collaborating among each other due to those factors. And then the constraints, you can more or less read them, would invite you to think that it's not like a Biosphere Reserve with high exit, but it's also working and it's also worth maintaining. I'm not going to go in detail into this because I think I'm running out of time. But yeah, maybe here you have the official schema for the official schema of the governing body for the Biosphere Reserve, and all the challenges that they are facing in 2020. And then some of the empirical influencing factors of inclusive environmental governance perceived are more critical by the extended peer community of decision makers. So again, inclusiveness, fairness, trust, coherence, a shared space of dialogue, transparency, support, all of these are the perceptions. If you cross these with those of the local communities, the factors with the bold letters are the ones that are common from the bottom-up actors and local communities and from the institutional actors. So challenges, quickly, the vast extension of the Biosphere Reserve, language in my case, because I'm a Spanish researcher, working in English in an Arab and Tashel speaking country, and conducting research fieldwork in French, so, kind of messy. Cultural context and endogenous dynamics, the national international bureaucracy, those are the challenges of my research. and timings and logistics. And then benefits are the research design, this context-adapted ethnographical and participatory approach, the validation of results with local researchers and key stakeholders, and also with local communities at several stages of the research process, networking and ethics and values adopted, which have ended up being effective for minimizing the risk of oversimplification of such a challenging topic or complex topic, such as governance, environmental governance, and to foster trust in enhance data quality, and they have helped a lot to grasp complexity. So overall, in the Organare, inclusivity is still far from being achieved due to unspoken and behavioral constraints. Thus, to advance towards inclusive governance, the variety of influencing factors analyzed, which are not just those that I showed you. There's like a category of 13 that, well, I can share with you if you want, if you are interested, should be progressively addressed from the bottom up, from the top down, and integrated. So it's not about an issue that we don't know. It's an issue that we don't apply properly. And this study should prompt academia, policy, and decision makers to identify and enhance synergies that allow for a shared vision of their territory. So taking the advantage that we are in an innovation group or session, I would say that it's not always about innovation as usual, but maybe it's innovative also to take the things or the issues that we already know, and if they are useful, to apply them or to get to know why we are not willing to apply them as researchers or as policymakers, etc. Well, that's like the, yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for a very interesting presentation. Do we have any questions or comments? If not, I have one.
Yeah, please.
Okay, because I think this is a really good example of action-oriented research. But, so my question is, how have you have presented a PhD, but how have you presented this back to the stakeholders, what you have said?
No, the whole, well, actually, that's a news. My whole, this is 1/3 of my PhD project. But I plan to present my whole, well, my PhD project in French, in Morocco, like next month in June, the whole one. And I'm already planning to associate myself with the institutions that I'm criticizing here, basically, for them to help me to gather my local communities and other local actors, right holders, associations, and so on, to attend the presentation. So me as a researcher, I have no longer the permission to conduct research there because it's expired. So I'm trying to collaborate with them to organize the thing that I should organize myself if I could there. So I can present and I can have a translation for the presentation so my communities are able also to criticize the whole work. But what I did to present, I present the results, the preliminary results. And I did that in the Agadir city, in the Forest Administration headquarters in Agadir, just after a focus group. And it was part of the discussion of the focus group. So I conducted the focus group. Then I presented the preliminary results, and then all of us discussed. And they asked me very interesting questions there related to the local communities. And then I present the same, but with a different tone of discourse, let's say, with more like less scientific words or wording to each of my 2 local communities. Also in participatory sessions and helped and organized by the local development associations. But it's challenging, being a foreigner and approaching.
Yeah, one more question?
Yeah, thank you very much for your inspiring, very interesting presentation. For me, it's very hard to imagine how does it work in such kind of vast area to organize a biosphere reserve. From my understanding, as you also told us, a biosphere reserve is trust, collaboration, alliances, and dialogue. And I'm just trying to imagine how also the local communities were involved in planning, implementing, and also managing this biosphere reserve. And is there something also between the stakeholders, like one big board where they frequently discuss management questions, or
at a local level, you mean, or
on different
civil
levels?
society?
It's just like, yeah.
The question of scale is another very important issue that I've come through. So in responding to that, there is a Biosphere Reserve level association of associations, so kind of federation of local associations, which is actually the only key actor at an institutional level that have a voice, the only social institutional actor. Okay. Then the 2 local communities that I selected were not by hazard. They were already they had leadership themselves. One of them have no more than 80 people living there in the community, so a really tiny douar or village there in the Anti-Atlas region, but they managed almost to take the King of Morocco to their community. So this is what leadership means. So there are communities that are active. They know, even if they don't know that they are in a biosphere reserve, they are compromised with the territory, with the Arganare. So they forget about the biosphere reserve 2 words, but they focus on in the Arganare, and they are active. And they are not, also the right holders associations, which are organized at a municipal level, then at a province level, and then at regional level. And that's it. There's no much. From the social point, no much more.
Time is limited within this frame, so I have many questions more maybe later.
We can, yeah. That's
at the beach. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and our next speaker is Patrick. Comment. C'est vous.
Yes. Hello, presentation. I don't speak English well. I ask your indulgence.
Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Cornelwa Sage. I am PhD candidate of the Center of Research in Ecology in Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. Okay. The topic general is sustainable management of agro-system on the outcrop of protected area, the cost of the Thai Biosphere Reserve. But I will focus on part is improving the performance of cacao basic agro-system in the transition zone of the Thai Biosphere Reserve. In background, I am saying that the cacao farming play a major role in the economy of Ivory Coast, but the crop is fascinated by the disappearance of forest lands. Today, producers face 2 challenges. The first, to maintain their production. Second, to increase the level of production. Basquin used to ask the new agriculture practice. But the new agriculture practice must limit the dispersion of the forest area and reduce the negative impact of the environment. Specifically, the Thai Biosphere Reserve is confronted with the agricultural form which in some places does not strike its limit. So the implementation of agro-system technique on its periphery could be a solution to cap of anthropic pressure on the site. The agroforestry system Rhön project contribute to the management of plant biodiversity and the reconstitution and maintenance of forest cover. However, there is lack of data of cacao agroforest system in this area. But this break has the following question. What is the level of land used in cacao basic agro system? What is the agroecology and socio-economic sustainability of this agro system? And what are the content of sustainable management of this agro system? But so the general objective is to contribute to the conservation of the Thai Biosphere Reserve, run the promotion of agroforestry. The objective is specific. First, acknowledge the land saturation of the periphery of Biosphere Reserve. Second, now the level of land occupation in cacao basic agro system. First, three, again a better knowledge of agroecology and socio-economic of sustainability. The method. The first, the Thai Biosphere Reserve is located the software of Ivory Coast. And the city seat is located the west of Thai Biosphere Reserve. The city seat is a narrow spread of land that goes between the Liberty border and the Thai Biosphere Reserve. The area is divided into three departments. The department of Zanye in the north, the city and map. The department of Tai in the center, the department of Jurutu in the south, the city. It's not important. The method. The present is part will be of a specific objective. The first objective is specific. Land saturation and the level of land use in cacao basic forest. A Lambda 2020 satellite image was downloaded, and this software was used to project the image of direction for direct classification, and a verification was carried out by a survey of a study area. To objective specific, socio-economic and agroecologic diagnostic, software of farmer, a software of farmer was carried out. The plantation of each farmer software the visit. The visit of the plantation was combined with a forestry inventory. The key result. In general, 7 land use have been recorded, but the plus important in the cocoa, in red in the mapping. In red in the map. In general, the cacao represents 23.83% land use. About the department. In the department of Zanye, the cocoa presents 5.71% land use. In the department of Tai, cocoa presents 24.57% land use. In the department of Jurutu, the cocoa presents 35.56% land use. The picture presents the proportion of land use in cacao basic agro system in other discoveries. About agroecology diagnostic, the table 1 presents the agroecology parameters. We have density of culture 1945 individual by hectare. After the inventory forestry have been, we have been recording 136 space associated of cacao basic agro system with 25 of vulnerable and endemic space on the UNESCO list. A density 40 individual by hectare. The 136 space is divided the 37 family space. For the index of diversity, Shannon, we have 2.19. The index Shannon, the value is significant a small diversity. For the index of diversity, Pierre have 0.58, significant the individual space is not repartition of the space. Equality. Also, please. The most abundant space in agroforestry is Cola, Nigeria, Citrus sensis, Persea americana, Mangue magnifica indica ficus mucuso. The picture presents the production stature of cacao basic agro system. We have 54% the cacao basic agro system what are uncontrolled production because of the content. Two main content to production when recording: agronomy content and environment content. Agronomy content is egg parasite pressing again of August. Environmental content is head rainfall here and effect of climate change. This is the most common disease symptom of cocoa agro system. The picture presents a social characteristic. For origin, the non-active is most important in the people. For age is located between 36 and 50 here. The people have between 6 and 10 people of person in charge. The table 2 present of economic characteristic. The cycle of cocoa is divided on the two phases: the vegetal phase and production phase. Will vegetal phase, the farmer use to maintenance mix and family is a type of labor, and the farmer use fertilizers of the plantation, in the plantation. After the work, the most farmer again between 6 and 10 bag on the bag cacao. Outlook. Study the sustainable of this agroforestry system. The most promising space in agroforestry evaluate the optimal density of space to associate for a good work and evaluate the carbon stock in the agro system. Challenge: lack of data on cacao farmer for an area considered to be a production of data bring and the contribution of land technology in the management of natural resources useful for my career. Benefits: the study is complementary of my first study. Good good cooperation with a IPA in the organization to management of park and reserve in country. Good cooperation with the village authority and good, she is repeat, and to the funding from the UNESCO program. A conclusion, cacao basic agro-system cover the world system fairly, but he must concentrate in the center in Sud. Cacao basic agro-system have good potential for conservation, biodiversity. Non-native are the actor most involved in the exploitation of the agroforestry. Farmers deployed are main in the cacao ever chain to ensure a growth rate. The farmer of confronted with enormous difficult was to know how them to control the health of the farmer right to the specific of the zone. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
I'm curious about do you think that all the amazing data of seed analysis that you have will be well accepted to be implemented by policy makers, the authorities? Do they use your data? Do you think they are willing to use your data?
No, I think it's difficult. The data, the image, yes, how long to, I think, to, yes.
Je voulais te demander if tu crois que l'information, les cartes GIS que tu as produites, ça sera utile pour son implémentation de part des autorités?
Oui, c'est pour présenter le niveau de saturation au niveau du parc et pour montrer en fait à quel point le parc est saturé par rapport aux différentes cultures puisqu'il n'y a plus d'espace.
Ça sera bien reçu par les autorités?
Oui.
Ils peuvent utiliser?
Oui, bien sûr. Yes.
Merci, thank you.
Speak English.
So he says that the local authorities, they recognize that it is useful information and they would use it. So that's good. By the way, how many people in here speak French? Because I think quite a lot. About half, okay. Right, that's fine. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. But afterwards, when you are, quand vous êtes plus calme, ce sera plus facile de répondre aux questions. Okay.
I have a question, if possible.
Yes.
Une question.
I will ask in English and maybe translate for him in French.
Yeah, okay.
You speak about agroecological problems, diagnostic. So my question is about problem of apex and infestations in the
doing.
The attacks and infestations of some diseases or some insects of the trees.
Et si vous avez des informations sur les insectes et
les infestations des insectes.
Est-ce que ça fait partie, because it's apart from the ecological diseases?
Sur les arbres de coco, les problèmes.
Oui, bien sûr. C'est notre domaine d'étude, puisque nous avons concilié deux domaines. Nous avons concilié la télédétection et le problème du cacao. Donc nous avons concilié les deux et nous avons des informations sur cela. C'est pourquoi nous faisons l'étude, puisque avec les différents problèmes, les gens laissent la culture du cacao pour entrer dans le parc pour pouvoir satisfaire à leurs besoins. Donc nous faisons ces études pour pouvoir régler ces problèmes autour du parc, autour de la réserve de biosphère, s'il vous plaît. In English. I have a, in it.
He said that they don't have information about this special topic, that is infestations or diseases. Infestations and diseases are apart from this agroecological diagnostic, but they don't do because they want to search about a solution for this problem, the anthropogenic problem of this cacao forests.
I don't
For
think
policymakers.
This is not really the focus of his research.
Yes,
Yeah,
sure,
okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I will ask a question.
Ask it.
Okay, bon, merci beaucoup.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So our last speaker today is Nicole Cervantes, who is from Costa Rica, but she is the only person, early career scientist representing my country, the UK. So we're very happy to have a Costa Rican representing the UK.
Yes.
And actually it's not formally part of the UK, but that's another
Yeah,
discussion.
that's why if you were expecting someone with British accent, no, it's from Costa Rica. All right, do you have my... So good afternoon. As I say, I'm Nicole Cervantes. I'm a psychologist. I'm originally from Costa Rica, and 4 years ago, I moved to the Isle of Man, where I did my study in Master in Business with the University of Chester and the University College of Isle of Man, where I have the opportunity to participate in the project UNESCO Biosphere Isle of Man and Business, how to engage UNESCO Biosphere Isle of Man with local businesses. So to give you a little background about the Isle of Man, the Isle of Man is located in the middle of the Irish Sea. It has an area of 572 kilometers square. The population is over 84,000 people. Our government is Tingle, which is the oldest continuous parliament in the world. And you may have heard about the Isle of Man. So if you're a fan of motorcycles, I'm sure you have heard about the TT race. And if you are a fan of like disco music and 17, you have heard about the Bee Gees, who are from the Isle of Man. Now, in relation to our UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, the Isle of Man was designated as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve in 2016 in recognition of its special environment, culture, heritage, and economy. The island is the only entire nation that is a biosphere reserve, so all our land and our territorial sea is included. And the Biosphere Isle of Man is administered by a stakeholder group that includes different representatives from tourism, farming, conservation, education, commerce, culture, heritage, and the third sector. And it's chaired by the Isle of Man Chief Minister. The main work of UNESCO Biosphere Rhön is the execution of different projects that are connecting these crucial sectors. One of those projects is what we call the pledge. The pledge is basically an agreement that different organizations, business communities, or school institutions sign, where they say like they compromise to do certain different actions in relation to sustainability, culture, and economy. This pledge has been carried since the beginning when the biosphere, when Ireland was in as biosphere. However, the work that has been done at that point was really light. So business will come, will sign the agreement. It will say like, well, we are recycling, we are trying to get clean energy, we try to talk like in monks, so we keep like our language alive. However, that was it, and that's where my project actually started. So we want to answer that question: how to engage UNESCO Biosphere Rhön with local business. So the principal idea was to allow companies to be more involved, so far more than the pledge that I just mentioned, highlight those good actions they have been doing, investigate what are the limitations from their side to how to connect with UNESCO Biosphere Rhön, and engage all those businesses without enforcement and regulation. At that point, and now we have more than 200 partners from, as I said, from different types of business and different organizations, but we didn't knew who they were other than the first contact, and we give like a certificate, and that was all. So the project was carried out through a participatory action research that allowed to get more involved and give like the focus on the participants more than us as a research. So it's like in a continued kind of talk. And obviously, because of my background in psychology, for me it was really important to look at that human part. So I decided to go for the mental psychologist that considers any activity human in 3 dimensions: the person, the place, and the psychological process in the middle. The project was in 2 stages. The analysis stage, where basically I was trying to find out who were our business partners, were those 200 companies who are willing to be part of Biosphere. So I did a mapping of actors and a series of interviews, and with the results in those interviews was like the beginning of the experimental stage, where we did like confirmation of the information, external consultation that I thought with different biospheres from UK and Ireland to see, have they seen like the same kind of information I was looking? Are they experimenting the same kind of issues or limitations that we highlight? And we did like an execution activities that I'm going to talk more about it, where basically we test different ideas that the business partners had about how they would like to be more involved. So as a result of the mapping of actors, the majority of the business organizations that signed the pledge were a small and medium-sized enterprise from the area of administrative and support service area. In the Isle of Man, there is a lot of companies of insurance, banks, e-gaming as well. So those are the ones who were getting more involved, more than actually tourism. That was something that really surprised us. In the interviews, we realized that the work that was business partners were doing, it was actually truly amazing. They were doing a lot of actions that even they didn't realize they were doing. Things as simple as I said, like recycle or sharing in the company in terms of like sustainability, circular economy, but also changing to like clean energy or doing activities with that community to educate and create awareness. So it was, for them, it was truly a recognition, or it was something really proud that the Manx community or the Isle of Man was a full UNESCO biosphere. Some of the activities that they proposed, when we asked them how they can be more involved with us then, if they were doing all this action, how they would like to connect with us or us connecting with them, these were their ideas. So networking meetings between the UNESCO Biosphere Rhön partners, so between them, a premium partnership scheme, so they recognize their actions in terms of like progress, more information about Biosphere Rhön in relation with government, because it was this kind of idea, like we don't understand how they are related. Is Biosphere a separate organization? Is Biosphere between government? There was not enough information about it. Web platform exclusive for UNESCO Biosphere partners, when they can find each other, like a Facebook for UNESCO Biosphere partner, let's say, like where they can find each other and connect with them, and more education of how to be a biosphere partner. Now the challenge. As I said at the beginning, my approach was participatory action research. And the project was carried out, like at the beginning, it was started at the beginning of 2020. So how we, I have all these amazing ideas about workshops, and we all go for a coffee and we all participate together. But all that has to be like changed to connect. So I have met so many people through Zoom, like you cannot imagine. And now that everything is open again, I see people and I think I talked with you at some point in my computer. And the good thing is, and I'm gonna highlight this after, the good thing is they were willing to participate. You have to, my main, like the main partners were business that were struggling at that point. They were closed, but even though they were willing to participate and know more about biosphere, and then like answered the email saying, would you like to talk about biosphere, even though they were like in this crisis in the background, which give like the idea that, well, something good is behind that. And then the challenge, like the business find for them, it was, what is biosphere? How do I explain that other people like, oh yeah, I'm part of biosphere, but what is, if they don't understand, or they didn't know the action they were doing was related to, like, for example, they tried to promote like the monks' culture, but is that part of biosphere? Or biosphere just environment, or is just economy, or that kind of things? And the main problem that we find is like that amazing work that they were doing, those partners, it wasn't being communicated to other partners, and it wasn't being communicated to us, to Biosphere. So, for example, there was partners that they were doing like some bread, some like handmade bread and everything. There was 2 companies doing that. One of them find this packaging who was really sustainable and like really good for the environment instead of plastic. But they have to buy too much, and they were not going to, like, they were thinking, no, it's too much to buy that for our product. And there was this other company who also did bread that was looking for a sustainable packaging, but don't have any idea. So they both have, like, one have the solution of the problem with the other, but that word wasn't being communicated. So that's what, when like my psychology mind switched on, and I realized that willing to participate in interviews, that wanting to connect with others, to know what the other partners were doing. And if you see like in the ideas, networking, workshops, exclusive platform to communicate, that was showing that there was a sense of belonging or a sense of place. There was this wanting to know that they were not the only ones who were doing something. There was like other people like them, other companies, trying to work in that same, and was caring about our biosphere or about our island. And the benefits of that, so as I said, we did a different test of the different activities that they suggest, like networking, knowing more about their partners, knowing what they were doing. So we did like a series of webinars with different partners, present to the other partners about topics that they were interesting about. And also we did like open days or drop-in sessions, so in the different places, so they can come and talk to us and know more about Biosphere, but not just only from like the project officers, and not only from them as a network. We also create a Facebook group where they can exchange that type of ideas. And the benefit of doing that, to know how to connect with them from their work, is being like, we have looking at that now in the different activities that Biosphere is doing. For example, last winter, in September with Biosphere did like Sustainable Month, where it was a series of workshops with different topics that the business partners and the community in general was interested to know about. And also some of those ideas have been integrated in the new Biosphere Strategic that I have here with me. I'm gonna pass you so you can see some of those ideas are being like integrated and doing like more kind of understandable for the community. Why is biosphere? What are we doing? And things like that. So as a conclusion, I really like this point as the Biosphere Reserve, a social ecological system in which there is a crucial relation between nature and people, which makes them a complex system, and it needs to be approached by a holistic perspective. So from our Biosphere Vision Strategic, we need to ensure that our people understand biosphere and our principles. That's the main thing, and I think it's the main challenge for us in all our biosphere, to try to make the message more clear and more friendly and more like kind of on that in our community. So I know biosphere will mean different things in our all different places. So for the Alumman, we're a full country that is a biosphere, so we live in that. We need to, how is our relation with that? We need to celebrate, contribute to that sense of place, get us that ideas of like how we all can contribute to this. And also, I think that's the main one for me, is encourage opportunities on biosphere related topic through an interdisciplinary approach. So as I said, I'm a psychologist. I'm not from a science background or marine biologist or anything like that. My master is in business, so again, it's not like a conservation or anything like that, but I had the opportunity to do a project with Biosphere from a different approach that opened the possibility to see, like to put a different focus, and I think that's what we need, like in our Biosphere, to start open to, I don't know, with arts. Imagine a project with arts in Biosphere, or imagine a project with medicine in Biosphere, different types of approaches. So, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Yes. Yeah.
So thank you for this really inspiring talk. Interdisciplinary, that's the point. I'm a neuroscientist. What did you think can I do in the Biosphere Reserve? So there were a lot of points about communication and also the psychology behind ownership. And I was interested if you have like a standard questionnaire that you, because you said you were making interviews.
Yes.
Do you have like a standard questionnaire that we could use also in other biosphere reserves to also commit the sense of ownership? Because I think if you ask the right questions, you can really change people's minds about, oh, I'm living here and this is my place, and yes, I want to do something about it. So is there maybe something of a bigger picture that we could also use for other biosphere reserves?
Yes. Well, the interviews were more open in terms of that. However, I tried to focus more on like the meaning for them, like put the role in them, like what they were limitations, what they would think, how they would like to be involved, instead of me giving an option like, would you like to do this? No, it's like how you would like to get involved. Learn a little of the history of the organization as well, because that will give you a clue, like the process that they have had to get to join Biosphere. What were their motivations about it? What are the motivations to keep doing what they expect to get from that? But the meaning as an individual and as a group as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have two questions actually. Thank you a lot for your presentation. My first question would be that you said that you were surprised that so few tourism-oriented businesses were involved, whereas other more interests
Well, I think like we were expecting more tourism kind of places to use, because the Isle of Man, like years ago, that tourism was really important, and then it has been like dropping out. So when flights weren't that accessible, like people from England or Ireland will go to the Isle of Man as a holiday. As soon as the flights were more accessible, people from England will fly to places like Spain, because the weather is always better than the Isle of Man. So we were thinking that maybe they will use or will look at this biosphere like a way of salt. However, there was not that interesting. Lately they have been joined, and it could be because it's not this understandable about like, why if they ask me, like as a company, well, why if they ask me like, oh, are you biosphere? What does that mean? So, you know, and in terms of the administrative kind of business, they tend to have like teams of social responsibility or environmental kind of things, which will do a little research about it, and then they will try to join us because of that. In terms of the COVID plan B, or C or D, I don't know how many plans I did. I think just to keep the even also as a distance, try to keep the conversation as human as possible. Try to give like, what you will do in a workshop, you will have like icebreaker kind of activity. You will have introductions, you will have breaks, you will have discussion groups. So it's play with that engagement kind of techniques, still doing that. So I try, for example, during my calls to talk about, oh, how's the weather? Like the same kind of interaction, it's not just the call. I wish it was like the workshop that I have planned at the beginning, or the activities, but it's played, don't forget that human side, that's what I will say.
Not really a question, but I just want to say thank you for teaching us to connect to the mind conservation. I really think that was an awesome presentation.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know the project Biocultural Heritage Project. It's an interreg project between two biosphere reserves in England. It's North Devon Biosphere Reserve and Brighton Biosphere Reserves, and they work about network of partners in tourism, like yours, more or less, and they made some guides to help other biosphere reserves to develop networks. So perhaps you could ask her to this biosphere reserve if they want to share the experience.
Yes.
And it was an interview with my biosphere reserve in France.
All right.
That's why I shared it.
Yeah, actually, I think I mentioned I did like a consultation with different biosphere, and one of them were there. So yeah, that's like an aspiration, I think, for all our biosphere to create that kind of program is really good. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not a question, just a little comment. A marketing idea actually to strengthen the sense of place, respectively the awareness among the population. You even could convince the political decision makers to rename the island into the Isle of Man Biosphere. So,
yeah, that would be.
Yeah, sometimes, I don't know. So
that will, yeah.
You have to bring something like that on the table.
Just to make, yeah.
Well, maybe we should explain though that in the UK and the Isle of Man, we do not refer to biosphere reserves as biosphere reserves. We don't use the word reserve because it has a negative feeling, and we know this is not only a British problem. And so all of the biosphere reserves in the UK are just called biospheres, which creates also a new problem, because then the biosphere people say, oh, there's this big dome in Arizona, or there is also something called the Eden Project, which is a small one in Cornwall. So the name is always a challenge. We are stuck with it, unfortunately, probably. But you know, in Japan they call them eco parks. So there are many. The most, and also in Britain we have one the word biosphere anymore. It just calls itself the living coast. That's the one you were mentioning in Brighton. So the important thing is UNESCO says it is a biosphere reserve, but you, in different countries, different ways of making it, the concept work, you have been found. In some languages it works better than in others. But UNESCO doesn't mind what you call it locally, really, as long as it does what it's meant to do.
Yeah, in Barraclough National Park, the local people prefer to say fish a bank rather than biosphere reserve. Because the term of the bank, you know, they prefer, it is easily recognized by the local people.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I have a question about the concept of sense of place that you mentioned in the end. I find it very interesting in relation to biosphere reserves because they want to create a certain sense of place. So I was wondering how you if you work with it very very closely and how you use it or what place this has in your work.
Yeah. So from the psychology perspective, we usually use like the sense of place as a community, like with the appropriation of a place. So you feel that you have to give something because you receive something from that place. So that's the way that I see it, like, for example, in this project or from the psychology perspective, like that interaction of like benefit kind of thing, but at the same time, it's like I'm part of this, so I need to keep it.
No, we can talk about it later.
One more, then I think then we can break.
What would be your advice to foster or enhance or support self-confidence within local actors or local communities? Like issues of they doing amazing things and not having enough level of self-confidence in front of researchers or politicians or...
Yes. Well, I would say that more awareness of different things will make different people be more confident in terms of communicate the kind of things. So for example, from our biosphere, if we share more about stories of other cases, for example, some of our partners highlight the actions that make other people feel that, oh, if they are doing that and they have been recognized because this action, which is really similar to what I'm doing, maybe I should be more vocal about it. So incentivize that kind of sharing between each other. Like maybe someone has been doing like a research in psychology right now, and after hearing me think like, oh, actually, psychology can work with this. Like that kind of sharing, like networking, and even in social media, we have this powerful tool right now. Like our biosphere have like our social medias to communicate the work that has been done, sharing an article, sharing in a really engaging kind of way as well, like more friendly, less scientific sometimes as well, will help you to see like it's could be something basic, but it's amazing even that we think like that. Small actions. Done?
Okay, great. Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
And so I think that's it for the formal things for today. So this group now tomorrow